You want petting. Just reach up and find that cord. Let's take a look real quick. Okay. Okay. And we await Troy. Testing. 1, 2, 3. Testing. 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 think I did that right. It's been a little while. Let's try to invite Ted via Google Plus. The there it is. Ah, oh. Uh, Call Ted. Cortana, call Theodore Holden.
Sure. Calling Theodore Holden.
Hey. You should have. No, I've got a link sent to you. Can you try to find it? It'll be from Positive Disintegration. Look in your email. Yeah, look in your email first. Your Yahoo. Yes, and fortunately, it's been a very mild winter thus far in Albuquerque. Ah, yes. That's okay. That's okay. Maybe we can discuss those. But I'm just checking to see if you got your link and Troy got his link, but he doesn't have a camera. To your Yahoo. Look in your spam, maybe. I can try to send it again. I also sent it on YouTube to your Google Plus account, to your Ganymede hypothesis. You got it? Hit the link. What does it say? Okay. Go to your Ganymede hypothesis page. Look up at the top where your little icon is. Your little Ganymede hypothesis, the upper right. And then click on the little bell next to it. Nothing from me. What's the email? What's the Gmail address for you? Okay, let me resend these. I think I screwed up. All right, so I'm going to send them to the Gmail. Check your Ganymede hypothesis at gmail.com inbox. And I'll send one to Troy. Troy. There you go. Link. Join my call. I'll send it to you again. What is the address? It is, what's the actual Gmail address for the Ganymede hypothesis page? That's the, are you sure it's not the bear? Just Ganymede hypothesis? Hang on, at Gmail. Okay. No, you've been doing quite well with the Hangouts. I've seen you. And I'm gonna hit send and see what happens. All right, cross your fingers. Okay, now check your Ganymede Gmail inbox. Okay, good. Hopefully Troy got his. Okay, I'm going to hang up the phone as soon as the video call picks up. There you are. All right, Ted, can you hear me? Uh-oh. I'm getting your split broadcaster. Oh, I see. Your mic is just muted. Let me unmute you. There you are. Okay, I got you. Hello, Ted.
Yeah. I'm here.
Very good.
Well, that's a strange icon you got there. Is that like Pizzagate or?
No, that's a mosaic from a bird bath that Eddie Johnson made.
Okay.
It's kind of a mermaid.
Mermaid?
Now, you can switch to your little photo icon there.
No, that's fine.
All right.
No, I've got like positive you. Okay, positive me, which is down there. You want to turn cameras on?
Well, I'm a little disheveled.
No, that's okay. No need.
Here I am. Hello.
Yeah, no, you look good.
I'd rather look at the mosaic boobies of. That's actually a mermaid, and there's like a stellar constellation, and there's some fish. It's quite a work of art with a lot of embedded mythological meaning.
But it's Salka, right?
Say again?
That's the Slavic word for mermaid who sit around in trees, you know, when they're not in the water. So That's what Pushkin said. Russalka nabít pěch sedít, right? You know. So the mermaid sitting in the tree.
Okay, now Troy is talking to us via the text here.
And text is.
Hang on. Well, he's either texting us on the YouTube channel. Let me pull it up, or he's texting us in the chat.
Where is see text on this silly thing?
I don't. Yeah, his chat isn't showing.
Group chat. Okay.
Let me jump back to your reply. I'm going to tell him I sent a link also to your capital G plus account.
I can stay with you guys for about an hour or so.
Okay.
Jack, it's like I've got to go to church at some point this morning, but
It's good that you're concerned with the quality of your soul.
well, what was I trying to do? Well, that's okay.
Let's see. I'm a little rusty. I can't remember the surefire way we did this last time. Without, oh, there's, oh, that's you.
It's me. Yeah.
Yeah. Do me a favor and monitor the YouTube page.
Monitor
The YouTube page? Yeah, for positive disintegration. But mute the sound button.
Give me a second. Okay. Looking on another. Let's open up another tab like YouTube.
Right. On my other computer, Jack Passmore is monitoring that. Let me try sending another invite to Troy. Copy. All right. Troy. B. Black.
What should I be monitoring, Jack? Should I be?
Just have the tab open. See if anybody jumps in and says any chat messages. See how many viewers are watching, that kind of thing.
Okay, it's like I can see positive disintegration here.
Yeah, go to that channel,
Right.
and there should be a link to the live hangout. Well, it's not a link to the live hangout, it's a link to the broadcast.
5 levels of personal growth. I don't see anything that looks like a link to a broadcast here, Jack. Like, right.
Oh. Well, it's not really important. I have it open in another window.
Okay. How's Panda making out? Is that hip problem of hers any better, or is she? How is the Panda making out? Is her hips any better, or?
Hmm. She's doing all right. I don't think it's any worse. Hey, have you got Troy's phone?
Got what?
Troy's phone number?
Um,
Ring his phone. He's standing by live right now, trying to pick up.
I don't know that I've got his number on my cell phone. Let me get back on Skype for a moment. Skype won't interfere with this, will it? It shouldn't.
I really don't know. Let's find out.
Um, shit. Earth. That's not showing. It's not showing you all contacts. Skype, right? Profile. Ah, I
Practice
can't
makes
get
perfect.
Skype to behave. See, I don't know what the hell it is. They keep updating Skype, but it gets harder to use every time they do. See, I was trying to call you on Skype last night, and then some contact. Okay.
You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to paste a link straight into the YouTube.
For some reason, it's got Troy McLaughlin down at the bottom of the whole thing.
That's all right.
Call Skype.
It's all good.
Nope.
Now you should be able to get to it from the YouTube page. Okay, so here. Let me reply to him. Whoops.
Are you seeing anything from Troy?
I am. Give me a second here. Let me get up here. Let me get the YouTube link so I can give it to him. Oh, wait. Control V, enter. What's coming? Okay, I just gave him the link in the Google Plus. Julian just messaged us.
Okay. Let's say what years?
That's okay. Troy was in the right place a minute ago. I think that was Julian West on Facebook saying hello. All right. says, "Oh dear, I seem to be unable to post text." Hmm. Well, this is a fine how do you do. So, Ted,
Yep.
while we wait and see if Troy can join us,
I'm just doing a little bit of computing here.
why don't you give me the report on? I was thinking about Wall's objection, and maybe one of those points of divergence that's just inherent to any postulated conditions that would be behind a certain stage of reconstruction or prior to. So one of those a priori conditions that that you guys are going to differ on. I don't think it's a big deal, but I think the two should be compared very carefully. I think it's probably.
Let me just forward to you like the last several of.
What we ought to do is once we've got Troy in the Hangout thing is I can host a Hangout between you and Don, Troy, and Wall, and I'll just be there acting as a studio camera guy. In other words, I'll be the one running the call, but you guys, I probably wouldn't have much to add, unless I do. But that way you guys could have a conference about the whole thing.
Right. Paul Thornhill, forward.
You look over in the email here. Oh, you forwarded me something, huh?
Okay, I'm just forwarded you the last three of Paul's emails. Okay.
Okay. I put one in the chat on the YouTube page.
Okay, now I'm going to forward my last reply to Wall. Okay. That was my last reply to Wall. Now, Don Scott is perfectly happy with this whole thing of Troy's and mine. And, you know, between Wall and Don Scott, I think Don Scott is probably the more major expert on electrical and plasma physics phenomena.
You know, I'd like to see if we can't all get together physically, you know, get a Kickstarter or a GoFundMe or get Venture Science to give us some money so that we can all get together at a facility or a place, maybe with Ben Gedlow, and do a real full-blown production.
Mm-hmm.
But either way, you know, Troy's shown that where there's a will, there's a way to make a good science class film.
Mm-hmm. That last response of mine to Wall, basically, Wall had tried to make a couple of claims about human origins, which were basically just ignorant. Okay, and I sort of demonstrated that. I did it politely, right? I mean, it wasn't.
Let me.
Okay, that thing I sent you shows the statement that Wall had made about human origins, which is basically just ignorant. He doesn't mention that like on his latest reply to me, right? I mean, he basically is ashamed of himself, probably.
Compose. You know, maybe I screwed up. Let's go. Troy.
Do you have Troy's?
I do, and I'm sending another link. And paste.
Can you paste Troy's email address from those three?
Yeah, I had to switch accounts, but I think we should be okay now. I just sent it directly to him again. I get rusty at this shit.
Right.
I am quite the polymath with the technologies, but I need to get warmed up every time I sit down with any particular venue of digital media. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, tell me about your church.
Basically, it's the largest thing. It's non-denominational, but it's basically a Baptist church. I mean, it's the largest quasi-Baptist church in the Crossroads area, which is called Parkway. And the head pastor at Parkway is very talented. He's a guy that used to work at the same church I attended up there in Vienna, Virginia, right? Which is, you know, Lon Solomon's church, right? That's the McLean Bible Church.
Yeah.
Where we used to have those apologetics meetings where we'd talk about the theory of evolution and string theory and all that kind of stuff, right? They had some interesting conversations. There's some of those people would sit there and go to the wall trying to argue that the Neanderthal was just an older human, you know, that like that's what happened when a human got to be 400, 500, or 600 years old, right? Like in Genesis. But that's obvious. That's ridiculous.
I wonder.
You know, they have remains of Neanderthal, you know, young Neanderthals. They're still Neanderthals, you know.
Your church is a Neanderthal church?
No. I was saying that we used to get into these discussions about things like that over there at the McLean Bible Church in Vienna, Virginia, which is where Mike Hurt also was working for a period of time before he came back to Texas. Right, so there's a lot of feedback between these larger churches, right? I mean, so the McLean Bible Church is like, I mean, Lon Solomon is probably your best New Testament scholar in the country today. You know, so, you know, there's a lot of crossover.
Mm-hmm. No, don't close out. Don't give up, Troy. It seems to happen to all us old fogies every time we try to do something new. But I know it can be done because I've done it previously. I went back and listened to my interview with Edwin Cow, the guy who brought us the atomic models for actual platonic shapes for the atom.
Right. Edwin, what's his last name?
Cal, K-A-A-L. K-A-A-L.
Oh, this is the Dutch.
Right.
Right. That was an interesting little talked.
Well, I had a talk with him well before he even in February. Okay, so that far back before the conference, and he had no idea. He was pretty sure he couldn't come. But then I handed him off to the right people, i.e., Mark Span, which I'm going to hand you guys off to. Of course, I should be in Arizona, very nearby. And hopefully it'll be in Mesa again, and I can just take a couple of city buses and meet you there.
There you are, yeah.
Yeah, it would be nice to stay in that Oasis Hotel again, too. I really love that place.
That was cute.
Man, that was a real deal for $50. You can't beat that. That was a $150 hotel room for the service, the quality, the cleanliness, the spaciousness.
Yeah, that was better than usual. That was on a scale of 1 to 10 for cheap hotels. That was 9.5 for 10.
Yeah, I think that thing is hidden sanctuary from the circle of the conscious mind.
Yeah, any rate, hopefully, I mean, like I said, we're batting 500 at this point, right? It's like we've got a conflict between Wall and Don Scott. Don Scott likes what Troy and I have done. You know, Wall, I think, I mean, I'm not seeing anything that I could defend coming from him. I mean, he wants to believe that Saturn and Uranus and Neptune were just captured willy-nilly. In order for that to happen, it's like you'd have to have things like that whizzing by all the time, right? There just aren't any.
Well, I would worry less about arguing in the negative. There's always there's nothing wrong with having the two different competing ideas stated sort of side by side as far as a summary of the overall thing. Like Don said, you don't want to have two different camps set up where over points of agreement that aren't so salient to the overall message. And the way to do that is say, well, this is just one construction.
Look, I could.
I think what's really important is it demonstrates electrical capture of planets.
Yeah, okay, look, I could win a debate with Wall over this one. It's like,
Yeah, why should there be a debate at all?
yeah, hopefully there won't be, but it's like,
You don't see debating going on at the podium, you know. Maybe polite debates and one-on-one in person at the conferences, but I think you should wait till you can talk to them in person.
yeah, okay.
Well, I think that you guys absolutely need to come together in person, probably sooner rather than later.
Me and Wall and myself.
You, Wall, Troy, I'll come if you want me.
Yeah, have you heard from Troy at all this morning, or like what's up?
Yeah, we're going back and forth on email over here, but he's getting frustrated. He has my phone number. And he doesn't have a camera, so it may be that he's just not going to be allowed to activate the plug-in without a camera. That's how Skype works.
Oh, really?
That's my understanding.
Is he trying to do this from a cell phone or from a computer?
From a computer, probably.
Yeah.
Social. Oh, you know, I haven't done. I'm not looking in positive disintegration's email. Maybe let me do that. Come over here. Switch back to positive disintegration. Get up in here. And come on now. Open that in a new tab. Well, I hope this hasn't caused Troy to utterly lose faith in my competency. Not that he would be wrong to do so. All right, loading my email. Okay, we got one from Troy. Seems to be jammed. Let me reply. That.
Would we be better off to switch to Skype?
Hold on. Yeah, I'm answering a question. May need you to allow the plugin or that's because it can't find a camera. Can't. Oh, I'm a master typist. Find a camera. Yeah, he was emailing me here. Okay, now we'll go back to inbox. No big deal. No big deal. We'll leave the Hangout open all day. You can go back and try later. This thing will run for 8 hours.
Hmm. Jack, I'm going to go take a quick shower here, so I'll be missing for about 3 minutes, 4 minutes.
No, it's okay, buddy. It'll be open. Just leave it open. Hit mute on your microphone.
Okay.
Don't forget to unmute when you come back.
Right.
Oh. One second. So Cosmos in Collision is the book by Theodore Holden and Troy McLaughlin. And we're having a Google Hangout because Troy went and blew the entire Electric Universe community away with a very well presented and science class sort of approach. First two parts of a documentary entitled The Ganymede Hypothesis, which is the central idea of Cosmos in Collision, which provides all kinds of germane, salient, and ancillary information to support their case for Ganymede being not only a suitable but a probable terrestrial place for human origins, for origination of the Homo sapien, and this is, as extremely weird as that sounds, it's not that far-fetched if you're already a catastrophist, if you're already on board with Eduardo Cardona's work and Saturn theory in general. And of course, these guys, especially Ted, I don't know how long Troy's been on board, but Ted was reading Chronos back in the day when they were fresh off the presses. So, and Chronos is, of course, it's a scientific newsletter created by Dave Talbot, our beloved Dave Talbot. I've got a copy of the book here in hand. And what I say with the Saturn theory, this might fill us in a little bit. Between 20,000 and 40,000 years ago, humans in Europe entered into the dark and foreboding gloom of various deep cave systems, lit their animal fat-fueled lamps, and proceeded to produce artistic masterpieces that, when rediscovered millennia later, led Pablo Picasso to declare modern art had invented nothing. According to this scenario that will unfold in the following pages, the subterranean gloom encountered by these early artists was nothing substantially different from their everyday existence on the surface above. Outside these caves, in the open air of a world existing under a chaotic void-like sky, mankind's early ancestors are reported in myth to have lived in perpetual twilight, devoid of our current sun. Their world, according to many ancient creation accounts, was permeated by a dull glow that provided barely enough light by which to read your average Paleolithic newspaper. That's funny. The sports section. Oh, look, the Triceratops are winning again, honey. Okay. Excuse me. Eduardo Cardona, may he rest well, in a chapter in his book Star God titled The Age of Darkness, points to comments made by P. Wheeler on the Japanese creation myth that indicate the universal nature of Chronos Saturn myth as the main construction in this primordial age of darkness. And this is a quote. In the earliest legend with which the recital res, recital opens. Oh, okay, yeah. In the earliest legend in which the recital opens, one recognizes the primal myth, the development from a primordial darkness and chaos. This is the Chronos legend in its thousand forms, the father of all mythologies, upon which so many peoples have constructed their cosmogonies, while also providing many direct quotes from various world creation myths, including Jewish literature. Cardona cites H. Osborne, whose work on South American mythology also recognized the primeval Age of Darkness theme. Quote, some mythological cycles feature a primitive age of darkness before the existence of the sun, when human beings lived in a state of anarchy without the techniques of civilized life. An age before the existence of the sun? As noted by Cardona, such descriptions may leave the reader with the mistaken impression that, without the sun, there was no light at all. Yet this is not quite the case in mythology. The same creation myths point to the existence of at least a modest amount of light before the coming of the sun, albeit from a different source than our current sun. That source was Saturn, the ancient creator god in his myriad forms, throughout the world mythology and conclusively identified with the planet Saturn. This celestial Saturn was the very same small and weak raven character we saw in the Eskimo quote at the beginning of this chapter. And let me read that.
Jack, you there?
Yes, I am.
What happened? Did you ever get Troy on anything? Or?
I have not, but I'm just reading from your book. You took a quick shower, buddy.
Yeah, that is quick. Look, I'm trying to figure out what to do. It's like, should I go up to the first church service and worry about this later, or should I stick around here, or what?
No, I left the hangout open. It's really no big deal. It may be that he'll have to find a camera and plug it into his phone to get his plug into work. He tried to join us. He got the link, but his computer isn't cooperating with him. So it sounds like he's going to have to troubleshoot. But we'll leave it open in case he can get in.
Okay, look, I'm going to be gone for an hour, so maybe more like an hour and a half. I don't know, but it's like
this will be open for 7 hours. Just mute your mic, go to church, and when you come back, unmute, and I'll probably be right here.
Good enough. Good enough. It's like, let
Right,
me catch up with you a bit later.
Enjoy church. Tell God I said hello.
Well, I will. It's like, boy. It's like, you know, this thing that Wall is talking about doesn't work just in terms of simple arithmetic. It's like, you know, for Saturn to have been captured willy-nilly, not to have started.
Hang on, he just emailed me. He says he can't rig a camera at this time.
Tell him I have an extra webcam, which I could send him in the mail.
Ted will mail. You have his address?
I could get it. Okay, look, but I got to go right now. It's like,
okay, take care. Don't forget to mute your mic.
Yeah, we'll do.
A webcam. Yeah. Otherwise, have you a camera that maybe could detect Okay, back to where we left off with the Eskimo quote. I heard a bling. Could be good. All right. The Eskimo quote goes as follows. In the beginning, there was only darkness, yet in that darkness, there was already Raven. He was small, he was still small and weak, and his special powers had not fully developed. All right. A bit more. Small and weak. The light of our current sun, as a rule, is not essential to life. Microbial life can exist in sunless environment and can be in a sunless environment, as can species from deep sea life. With photosynthesis in vegetation, while photosynthesis in vegetation works best in the darker red light spectrum rather than the harsh and bright ultraviolet light of the sun. So, it is not inconceivable that life on Earth as we know it could have existed and even flourished in a primordial nocturnal world, provided there was some form of radiated red spectrum light or energy. In fact,
Jack,
yeah,
real quick, then I got to go, but it's like the name of the real astronomer that we saw 2 years ago, like at Phoenix.
Ignacio Cisneros.
Ignacio, right. Got it.
Now, here, let me, while I've got you, Troy gave the go-ahead for you to provide me with a PDF copy or a... Oh, here we go. Here's Troy.
Hello,
Hello, Troy.
Jack. Yeah, sorry about that.
Not
I
a
don't
bit.
know. I just seem to have. I have no idea how I even got here, other than I had to download what do you call it, Internet Explorer.
How strange.
Yeah, it doesn't deal with things on what you call Edge, and so I also jammed in a malfunctioning camera I've got, so you won't get any picture, I'm sure, because the lens is bust. But I think it does the job of getting past that other issue. But otherwise, yeah, I sorry about that.
No, good enough, Troy. How's it going?
Yeah, good.
Okay, I'll stick around here for a while. It's like I've got to go to one church service day. It doesn't matter which one. I was going to head outwards, but
So are we sort of on air for a show, or I'm sorry to ask that if we are. Right, okay.
No, this is just a three-way conversation, not a show.
Okay, cool. Yeah. All right. And Jack, are you the handle positive disintegration?
No, that's Jack.
Yeah.
Oh, right, cool. Mm-hmm.
Jack is more of an internet guru than I am. He's got more of a handle on these social media type things.
Yeah, and Ted, you're way ahead of me, so that sort of puts me sort of, I guess, as to what's just happened.
You know, that video of yours is closing in on 1,000 views here within a space of like 6 or 7 days.
All right. That's good. Have you got a chance, Ted, to get the better audio version sort of in its place, or would that muck up the views?
I hadn't tried that just yet. I've been doing a number of other things. It's like I'll try to get to that today.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, I know I've just jumped in the middle of something here, so guys, carry on, and I'll pick up.
I was just reading from the Cosmos in Collision to kind of fill the time.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's nice to talk to you. I've never spoken directly to you.
Yes, Jack. Yeah, nice to meet you too.
What I had in my mind, the purpose for this was so we could work out the bugs and start hosting things like conference calls for you to speak directly with some of the titular members of Thunderbolts and get feedback as a group.
Yeah.
and I just make it easy on y'all by hosting the things and keeping of course, keeping it all private.
Right.
Um,
Are you actually connected into Thunderbolts, Jack?
oh yeah, I've always been the fly on the wall, kind of unofficial documentarian. Although I've got scads of interviews and stuff. I've never put them together or put them out. I just kind of,
Right.
yeah.
Yeah, Jack was interviewing me like to a considerable extent 3 years ago. Like at that conference in Albuquerque.
Oh yeah.
Okay, now Jack has been living in Albuquerque. He's going to be moving to Arizona, so that he'll be very. They're pretty much committed to having these conferences in or around Phoenix or Mesa.
Yeah.
Arizona in the future, right? So that Jack will be sitting right on top of it. It's like.
Well, and in that I can do any legwork, preliminary legwork you guys need on the scene of the conference ahead of time, if you like.
Right.
Okay. Now, neither Troy nor I are men of welter taste or anything like Jack. So even getting to a place like Arizona is not easy. So especially starting from England, right? I mean, it would have to be
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I was going to put you guys in touch with Mark Spann, who he got Edwin Cal, to the conference sometime after February. Edwin, when I spoke to him in February, was sure he wasn't going to be able to come, and I said, no, I'll see you there. I'm certain of it. And then Mark handled the rest of that because he really is in some very select circles. And so I'm not promising anything, but he left me a message last night, and I was going to put him in contact with you probably first via email. I mean, if that's okay.
Who is this again? This is Mark.
Mark Spann.
Mark Spann. He wouldn't hail from Hawaii, would he?
I don't think so.
Okay. No, it's not who I'm thinking of then.
I don't know, though. I don't know where he originated from.
Mm-hmm.
He could have been dropped off by a spaceship, for all I know.
Right.
Right. Troy and Jack, let me just sort of quickly run by Troy, like, my own thinking about these last couple of emails that I've gotten from Walt Thornhill. Okay, we're batting 500 here right now. It's like Don Scott, is perfectly happy.
Hang on. What do you mean batting 500? You'll have to explain that.
Okay, batting 500 means 50-50, right? It says.
Oh, okay. Gotcha. Yeah.
Okay, batting 500 in baseball, right? It's similar to cricket.
Yeah.
It says that like Don Scott is completely happy with this video of Troy's, right? Whereas Walt Thornhill doesn't like it at all.
Absolutely, yeah.
And the stuff that I'm seeing coming from Walt doesn't make any sense to me. I mean, I'm sorry, but like, I could destroy it in a debate. It's like, no, Walt, to my way of thinking, Troy, you cannot separate the questions of of astronomy from the questions of human origins here. It's like that they mesh together. Walt tried to make a couple of statements which were just completely off the wall, about human origins here, like in that second to last email that he had sent, which I replied to. And I mean, I had to. I couldn't let that go by.
Yeah.
And surely you can understand that, right? I mean, I've been trying to keep my writing style in these emails to what I would call the writing style I would use for, military, like when I was doing all this contracting work with the Army and the Air Force and whatnot, like military executive summary type writing, very terse and very straight to the point, so that, try to avoid confusion to the greatest extent possible. Okay, you understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, I do. Yeah.
Right. And this is the way you normally would write up executive summaries for government tests and things like that, like military system tests. Wall had made a statement about, the Earth being our mother and the fact that, humans are linked to the Earth in indescribable ways, blah, blah, blah. And that's just ridiculous. Okay, this planet is not our mother. We live on this planet only via technology. That's always been the case.
Okay.
The Neanderthals didn't need any technology to live on this planet, right? I mean, early hominids didn't. I mean, you know, yeah, they finally figured out how to make spears and right, but they had the fur and they had the good night vision and they had the good sense of smell and that they could, you know, it's like this show that this reality TV show that you see called Naked and Afraid. They take a man and a woman and put them on some island or something with absolutely nothing but a knife in their hands, no clothes, no shoes, no, you know, no nothing as far as technology to see if they can survive for 30 days, right? I mean, it's really a trip.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like there's no way they could do that while they were trying to raise children, right? You know.
Yeah.
Any rate, so what Wall is claiming is that, like, he doesn't like the way that we're using the word herbig. You know, there's more to it than that, right? But it's like there is probably a semantical problem in the way that we're using the term herbig arrow strain.
Yeah, I
Right.
think that's what Don Scott is pointing out.
Okay, well, I mean, that's what this one real astronomer told me like 3 years ago at that conference in Albuquerque. He said that, like, a real herbig arrow strain is something bigger than what you guys are talking about. You know, what we're talking about is the same thing, I mean, conceptually, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you're not talking about jets going out at any particular speed. I mean, the speed of this whole thing is like the speed of a lightning bolt, right? I mean, you're talking about an electrical circuit.
Yeah.
And you're talking
Just so
about,
you know, I've replied to some of Wall's latest points.
Oops.
Objects are actually less than half a light year in distance in some cases when he's making the claim that they're light years apart. And I think that the problem here is that Wall is putting too much emphasis on kinetic energy, and you know, what is seen as velocities in kinetic terms is being mistaken, you know, for what effectively is Birkeland current flow.
did you CC me on this, or?
I think it's part of the overall thread. I've had a private, you know, sort of one-on-one thing with Wal and and with Don. In both the cases, I just put the case forward for being, you know, for what we were trying to achieve in the video, not for discussing, you know, the actual comments that they're making. I did, however, ask Wal to comment on the electrolysis idea of creating oxygen on brown dwarf moons, and he seems positive to that. But the latest reply to the open thread, the one that everybody's involved in, I've basically said, you know, that that my understanding is that Don Scott is right. We're talking about the effects of the Birkeland current, and you know, the Herbig-Haro object type labeling might be at fault for creating what may be a certain amount of misunderstandings. Ted, I just think that Wal is at that early stage where he's put so much investment into his own theories that anything sort of outside of the nomenclature he uses, that sort of thing, is seen as an unwelcome sort of distraction to the overall momentum that Thunderbolts have created. So, you know, I understand where he might be coming from, and I'm going to give it a couple of weeks to see what influence Don has. But it's very obvious to me that Wal has not read the book, because he doesn't understand our compositional ideas on Ganymede.
Right.
And I think you told me that you actually handed him a copy, didn't you?
Yes.
Yeah, so, you know, they've had this book for 3 years. And, you know, we put out the video, and the video is, you know, geared to whatever following we have our own thing. You went and posted on Thunderbolts, and, you know, it gained for whatever comment it should have. But I think, you know, there's a territorial element with Wal, and I'm willing to, you know, accept that, you know, given, you know, how much work he has put in, and to be honest, how much he has influenced myself. It's a toss-up between him and Cardona in terms of my own understanding of these things. So, yeah, semantics come into it, but, it would probably, rather than arguing point by point, in which case you'll end up just rewriting our book, these guys probably need to be encouraged to actually give the book some consideration now that they've seen a visualization of it.
Yeah, gentlemen.
Yeah.
Let me run.
Sorry, Jack.
I was just saying to Ted as you joined us that exact thing, that if somebody can get me a PDF or other ebook format, I can convert it to password protected PDFs and send it to whoever you like, or radio stations or whatever.
Yeah. Troy, do you mind if we do that?
Oh, look, I think that's a great idea. You're custodian, Ted, of the latest files.
Right.
So that should be, for you to organize, because otherwise we'll end up, possibly getting wrong drafts going in. So I would leave that to you, but I'm all for that. Jack, that's a great idea.
Okay, I just get it to me and I'll take care of that.
Troy and Jack, let me run something by you, okay? And this is the objection that I have to what Wall is claiming here. Let me just read this off to begin with. He says, current lack of evidence of a nearby brown dwarf does not signify evidence of no brown dwarf closer than Proxima Centauri. The survey mentioned only covered 28% of the sky and dealt with M, L, and T brown dwarfs. This region surveyed was restricted to absolute galactic latitudes larger than 20 degrees to avoid confusion. The selection criteria was not necessarily ideal for finding close-up candidates because they concentrated on spectral signatures, which threw up all sorts of puzzles, standard, blah, blah, blah. Let me tell you the problem I have with that, guys. The problem I have is that, that's similar to what Cotton Mather used to say about witchcraft and witches. He said, the fact that nobody's ever seen a witch proves they're there, right? And so if you could see them, they wouldn't be witches.
Yeah.
You understand what I'm saying, right? Now,
that's the logic of proving a negative. Yeah.
I'm sorry?
The logic of proving a negative.
Claiming that all the gas giants in our system were captured willy-nilly, no relationship with one another. Saturn, Neptune, Uranus, right?
Yeah.
And, Jupiter. And here's the problem with that, okay? Nobody that I know of is claiming that Saturn was captured by our sun more than 10,000 years ago, right? Now, for that to have happened willy-nilly, it's like one of two things had to happen. Either it was targeted and aimed at our sun by Ming the Merciless from Mongo, right? Or if it was, because it'd be starting from some distance away, right? So, I mean, the chance that anything starting from a journey from some distance away has got the whole field of the universe to move towards, right? I mean, to move directly at our sun in such a way as to be captured. That says, number one, it has to be targeted. Number two, it can't be moving faster than the escape velocity of our system starting from the outer planets, right? So that, that's you're looking at something that's pretty thin there. Now, the other way, if it wasn't targeted, if Ming the Merciless wasn't involved in it, then you've only got one other possibility. That is that you've got some kind of a storm of things moving like a shotgun pattern towards our sun, right? And Saturn was the one that hit it, okay? Now, if that were the case, and if this whole cloud pattern of things like Saturn was moving towards our sun at like no more than 7 kilometers per second, right, which is the escape velocity of the system from Neptune, then, and this was 10,000 years ago, then that cloud of things like Saturn would still be very close to us. It would be like about, at the most, it would be about, a third of a light year away at the most.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that would be very easy to detect, right? I mean, if we can see Proxima Centauri, then we can sure as hell see that.
Yeah.
You understand the problem, right?
Yeah, look, Ted, let me just stop you there, because you and I have written a book that sort of hints at all this logic and so on. Wal has forwarded me 3 links to look at presentations he's given very recently, and I think that me personally, I owe it to him before I engage in full debate with him to actually see what he has to. He's actually said about this stuff. Simply because I believe that we, owe a certain amount of deference to him, given his commitment to to how long he's been involved in. Likewise, though, it'd be nice if they, gave the full sort of view of the Cosmos and Collision book that we've done. After all, the video was purely meant to be an illustration as a selling tool to help people get a grasp on what we're actually saying in Cosmos and Collision. And I think this is, this is what appeals to Don Scott, that, between the two viewpoints, there is probably more common ground than either side realizes.
Right.
And so I'm willing to just go and spend a bit of time just having a look at Wal's sort of ideas, and considering the fact that yes, I was so heavily influenced by him, Cardona, and Talbot, down over the years, and I think that's hopefully what he could do with the Ganymede side of things, because I do know some of his comments tell me 100% he's not read what we've said about the full thesis, to do with Ganymede. And, at least at that point, we should be able to, I know you think that it's all together, but we've got to be, that's all inseparable. But we've got to be careful that we're not sort of diner chefs trying to be gourmet, who create a 5-course gourmet meal and then still insist on dumping the whole meal in one go on somebody and expecting them to shovel it all down in one mouthful. We just got to, we just got to sort of approach this, I think.
Okay, Troy, listen, do you have any problem with me making one further reply to Wall and then shutting up about it? I mean,
No, Ted, I'm not your keeper in this
right.
at all.
I'll be very terse and very, very polite about it, but it's like I want to reply to this thing about.
I know. I've already spoken. Well, not spoken. I've already had a message with Well where I've said I understand that there's also personality baggage. Where some of the other leading figures in Thunderbolts are concerned, to do with yourself and so on. And it'd be good if we somehow managed to put that all behind us. But I have no problem with you sort of pursuing that side of things. You can hold your own
Right.
in terms of discussing that with him. I do feel, however, that we just got to be careful that we don't sort of say, hey, Herbig Haro objects are a solution to the origins of the solar system, and that's why we all come from Ganymede. That's just too much of a jump for a lot of people to go in the medium of interchanges over email.
That's exactly right. And just to get them to come to table for that 5-course meal, I think it was a brilliant stroke, whether you meant it or not, to entice them that there's quite a satisfying bit of food been prepared for them. If they'll.
But Jack, let me ask you a dumb question. Have you actually read completely through like Cosmos and Collision?
Yes.
Okay, so it's not like too much of. Now, see, one of the things that Troy has done, which
the
is just
video showed me things that I didn't understand by reading the book.
right. So the other thing that Troy has done really is hard for anybody to digest in one sitting, which is like this other book, which is called the Saturn Death Cult, right, which combines Saturn theory with the banking conspiracies, right? Now that really is a load. Right, I have the impression somebody could read. We had like one girl on, and I don't know if you saw this, Troy, but this is like on the Ganymede Hypothesis Facebook group.
Yeah.
We've had some marvelous comments, a couple here lately, like on the Ganymede Hypothesis. Let's see if I can find. Oh.
Now, Troy.
Yes, Jack.
Stuff up here. Ted, I'm oh, well, I'm not going to meet you because then I won't know when you come back. So hang on a second. Troy, about the Saturn Death Cult.
Yes.
That is some really great stuff.
Well, Jack, thanks very much. It was always meant to be kind of entry level, sort of introductory stuff for people. Where again, it was sort of it was more sort of on the graphic side to give people a visual idea of what is such an extraordinary concept, the polar configuration of planets. But I did it mainly because I'm interested in conspiracy theory as much, but there's a lot of stuff out there that has a rational explanation in terms of natural history that has become sort of extreme, basically woo-woo stuff.
What's funny is Mel Atchison said, yes, well, the sun is externally powered electrical phenomenon, but what's that have to do with the price of eggs? And you've kind of, connected back to where the rubber meets the road in our monetary system.
To be honest, it actually goes back to a lot of people quote Velikovsky in terms of worlds in collision and even ages in chaos. And ages in chaos was how I came to his writings when I was at university. But the probably one of the most profound things is in his own field, which is psychology, psychoanalysis, in which mankind in amnesia, is basically behind. And I know Dave Talbot is onto this kind of thing, the impact of archetypes that have literally become racial memories through various cultures. Down through the ages, very easy to trigger for those who don't necessarily even know the truth of it, but just know that they exist. And I think that was, if there was a takeaway from Saturn Death Cult that I want people to go with, it was there is an ability to trigger us at this basic level, but once we understand the origins of those archetypes, it just no longer does.
I hear you. I've been kind of digging through the Jungian school and some, the Gnosticism and whatnot, and there's a lot to that. The whole.
Yeah, well, I mean, Velikovsky was actually I wouldn't go so far as to say as a protege of Jung, but he was certainly a disciple of Jung, more so than the Freudian school of psychoanalysis. So I've always felt that also his Oedipus complex sort of look, which is fundamentally flawed from a historical point of view, but nonetheless it just opens up the whole door to the influence of these archetypes at the subconscious level, which has infused and distorted religion, occult thinking, paganism, the whole works, as we've largely forgotten the real events behind the feelings, if you know what I mean.
One of the things you'll find, gosh, there's so much I'd like to say to that, but I'll start with Wall has kind of started to incorporate the actual biological science behind human learning, and as an explanation for why these ideas are not even held up for comparison, and they seem to be very good ideas that just can't gain any traction. Mm-hmm. There apparently is some really fundamental reasons about the human animal itself, and also I've been reading the Nicole commentaries, his exhaustive commentaries on the work of Gurdjieff and P.D. Ouspensky.
Okay.
Yeah, there's a lot to do with the way people. I don't know if you're familiar with that stuff at all, but man essentially hasn't changed a lot, and I think once a paradigm change comes, that may represent an actual leap for the aggregate humanity as opposed to each of us one at a time.
Yeah, I think just so I'm clear, the don't get this pronunciation right, Gurdjieffsky.
I say Gurdjieff. Some people say
Gurdjieff. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that bloke, of course, has had a heavy influence, if I'm not mistaken, in theosophy. Am I correct?
I'd say that he's definitely lumped in with that same crowd of mystics, but
Rudolf Steiner, people like that.
Sure.
And of course, if I class myself a disciple of anybody in that area, it's how about that? It's just done a brain blank.
Blavatsky,
Where is he? No, not Blavatsky, but Schauberger, Victor Schauberger.
oh, yeah, okay, right.
The naturalist and so on. I was impressed with a lot of his sort of water-based theories, in terms of understanding how that works in. But yes, many cultures. I think we're very lucky at this stage in life where I think we are actually all undergoing not just a paradigm shift, but what many cultures. Well, if you take Christianity, for instance, talks about a filling of the Holy Spirit, and this simply means an enlightening of people into different ideas to that which has largely kept us shackled.
Well, I can say that at the conferences last time there was a palpable higher energy and enlightened feeling all round.
Oh,
And
wow.
you
Yeah.
could just bask in it. Yeah, it was much like you might feel the Holy Spirit at a very elevated church service, if you've ever
Right.
encountered that. Yeah.
Oh, that's fascinating. I think it's ripe for it, on all levels, geopolitical, science, social, even military thinking and so on like that. There seems to be changes. And I think it is actually for the better, what I'm picking up. However we all contribute to that, is probably, where we put, make our stake in terms of where we stand. But it's very encouraging to hear that that's what you've picked up at the Thunderbolts conferences.
It was quite energizing, and I really I can't imagine that you won't be at the next one. I just have a feeling that somebody will make it happen.
Well, I'm open to it at this stage, but in the past, it's been largely my thing. I explained to Ted when I first, made his acquaintance way back. Was it Ted since 2011? I think end of 2000.
Late part of 2011, Troy.
Yeah.
We were talking on the Thunderbolts.info forums, and this was the first introduction I'd had to the Purple Dawn idea.
Right.
Okay, so that I was seeing three things all within a space of 6 months, right? I mean, one was the question of the Purple Dawn in this dark age, right?
Yeah.
Another one was Danny Vendramini and this question of Neanderthals and their eyes.
Yeah.
Right? And then the third, the thing which really did it was, that somewhere in the early part of 2012, like, late spring, in the mid to late spring 2012, I started seeing a number of articles about dinosaurs and their eyes.
Mm-hmm.
This includes, so that you've got dinosaurs, including herbivores and flying dinosaurs, all having these same kinds of oversized eyes that you see with hominid remains, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then I saw this thing of Rob Gargetts, who's like the subversive archaeologist, quote unquote,
Yeah.
And you've seen that picture, right? He says even if you try to draw a humanized Neanderthal with the nose and eyes the size the bones indicate they have to be, then what you've got is still completely outlandish, right? At that point, I remember I created that one web page just for you. I said, Troy, you got,
That's right. Yeah.
You got to look at this, right? It's like we're looking at this whole freaking thing the wrong way.
Yeah.
We've been assuming that humans would have come from Mars since we've got all this evidence of past civilization on Mars, right? But that's looking at it the wrong way.
Yeah.
Anything on Mars would have been in the same dark purple world,
Mm-hmm.
that the Earth was in, the same dark purple cosmos, and would have needed these same Neanderthal-sized eyes. We don't have them, right? I mean,
Yeah.
So humans have to have come from the bright side of this thing one way or another, maybe from some kind of a planet orbiting the sun, which doesn't exist anymore, or whatever.
But so Jack, what I was going to say is that I made an early decision in 2011 when I released Saturn Death Cult not to actually, and I've said this to both Don Scott and Wild Thornhall recently. I made that decision not to ingratiate myself into the Thunderbolts thing simply because, the conspiracy element by people who take a passing look at it can basically act as ammunition for detractors. If there was sort of any connection on any level between myself and Thunderbolts, and so I've made a conscious effort not to burden them with that side of the equation.
Well, maybe
in that time.
At this last, or 2015, an envoy, as it were, named Robert something, brought Dave Talbot a personal copy of John Lash's Not in His Image. And
yes.
so, yeah, the whole thing is a sticky wicket as far as being accused of anti-Semitism and whatnot. And so you're better off doing that sort of thing privately or in person.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, it did seem to me that with Saturn Death Cult, the only thing I did with that, I mean, I certainly made no claims of my own that hadn't been covered by the likes of Talbot, Cardona, and Thornhill, and so on. But it was, this link into basically what amounts to a diatribe against central banking, as a force, as a social and economic force in the world. And again, it was just one of those things that for people coming to the electric universe from a standard education point of view, to see that in the same bracket, was probably going to, well, it was probably just going to be a little bit too much.
That would be toxic.
Yeah. And
you'll see it leaking out here and there, like Ben Davidson occasionally makes a snarky comment about the IMF or something. So we're all on board, and I think most of us know how to kind of keep it on the down low, so don't lump too many heresies in together.
Yeah, it's it's a delicate thing, and getting back to Wall's pushback, regards this video and so on like that. If I had a detraction in the way he's approached it, I would say to him, "You've got the book. At least give it, a read to fill in some of the gaps that seem to be there in his understanding of our ideas." That's something that he could look at. But at the same time, I do heed some of his concerns, and I think I've spoken to you, Ted, about this. That if we just load up on everything too quickly, people tend to sort of disintegrate under the pressure of it all.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. Like I say, I've got one more response to Wall's latest little missive, which I've got to get off right, but it'll be very short and terse, and it'll be polite.
Yeah.
Well, Phil, what I kind of imagine in the way I see you two complementing each other is that Ted has got the entomology, the anthropological entomology side, and the dinosaur and the gravity problem is, I call him Dinosaur Ted Holden.
Mm-hmm.
And so there may be some division of labor or something. You guys could start planning out a presentation of the idea.
We certainly did do that, Jack, in the book. It was actually as Ted probably could tell you, I sort of said we've got to portray sometimes a different voice for myself and for Ted. And in the book we do demark ourselves, particularly in this area of origins of human life and such. But and I think this is one of those areas that again, Wall might not be quite so combative if he had actually read the book in full. I can't force him to do it and such. And but I think that in itself would soften a lot of issues. Maybe he will, now that there's been a bit of a splash with the video.
I think that he will. You know how it is. You leave things on the beach and hope that others will find them. You can't really give anybody anything.
Yeah, definitely. It's been sort of highly, how can I say this, experienced a lot of elation at Don Scott's reaction, only to be pulled back down by Wall's reaction. But I guess that's just the nature of how these things go.
Okay, Troy, look, between the two of them, it's like Don Scott is the expert on electrical engineering and on plasma physics, and not Wall.
Yeah, the best thing I think Wall is just threatened a little bit in terms of what he's been working on, and his own theories may be just as valid, Ted. I've yet to go and actually read about it and see that side of things, but he may be just as valid. There's no reason why the two ideas are not compatible, but I think that's where Wall is at the moment.
That's what Don Scott says. Are you guys seeing this little note that I posted up here, which is just the comment of this girl, Jill Halad?
No, Chad, we're seeing. I'm not getting your actual screen share here. I'm getting
on the group chat. In the group chat.
Oh, okay.
You know what, guys? I don't think I'm going to touch any buttons here. Just after the first hour of trying to contact, I'm just going to.
It's like this is a comment like on the Ganymede Hypothesis group on Facebook. Where I posted the link to your new video.
Oh, okay.
Oh, hang on one sec. Ted, before we do that, Troy, do you see 3 little boxes in your lower right?
In my lower right, in this window.
Yeah, one will say
it's
you.
Like positive you and splits broadcast.
If you click on the one that says you, and then there'll be a pop-up and you can choose present to everyone.
Okay.
Should cause us to toggle back and forth our icons when either is speaking.
All it's coming up with is profile and mute.
Okay, I'd just leave it alone then.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it basically told me when I came in that I was having to sort of revert to older technology, so on like that. So I'm not sure if I have all the sort of retro sort of plugins that might be required. I don't know, to be honest, but it's just one of those things. Once we're here,
it isn't broke. Let's not fix it.
Yeah.
Right. Troy, it's like this Jill Halad said, I've read Cosmos and Collision several times now. It gets better with each reading. A wonderful book. And then Ernest Pfeiffer replied, yeah, it's great. So, the people are like, it's getting noticed.
Yeah. And Ted, we have to be open to the fact that we could be fundamentally wrong on a number of issues. Well, no, not fundamentally wrong. We could be wrong on a number of issues, but, it may turn out, as I think this is what Don Scott is seeing, that we've got a general direction that we've contributed in, and things will evolve from here. So once all the smoke is sort of cleared in terms of the discussion, we'll be far more advanced than anything we've written in Cosmos and Collision in terms of explaining planetary formation that in terms of Birkeland currents and electric universe theory.
There may be some kind of a syntactical problem with using the term Herbig Haro the way we do.
I think to me that's what Don Scott's main thrust of. Jack, have you actually read Don Scott's PDF comments?
I read the email.
You read the email?
Yeah.
He put up a PDF. Ted, did you see his PDF?
Yes.
Where he reaffirmed. He put some comments in PDF form. I don't know, Ted, if you could forward that to Jack so he could have a look, because
I believe I have.
Oh, okay. Well, in that, Jack, he basically runs through the various points, and I think it's actually very, very good. He's just basically saying we're at the beginning of this journey, but we're all marching in the same direction, really.
I agree. I wouldn't be disappointed by Wall's putting his attention on you. I think that's exactly what you want is negative feedback from people who have spent a great deal of time and thought.
I agree.
Yeah.
Yeah. I do agree, and the fact of the matter is, and Ted knows this, that I place Wall in the highest esteem when it comes to you know, what I think I know about the subject. And you know,
His style too is to be emphatic until he changes his mind.
yeah, he's got that. You know, there's sort of a tendency. I mean, I can see the problem where, you know, he's sort of grabbed onto the idea that, you know, when a sub-brown dwarf enters into the solar system, it switches off, and you know, he sort of doesn't quite see what we mean by it's a process. Yes, you switch off you know, the old incandescent light bulbs, but if you put your hand up to it over the next minute, it's going to burn you. So you know,
Good analogy. Yeah.
you know, it's you can get the switch off, but you can still get the planet Jupiter and even Saturn after capture acting like a sun for an indeterminate period of time. You know, on a cosmic scale, you know, that could be a good 3,000 or 4,000 years. You know, in terms of the energy outputs that are there, and this is what I don't understand about where he's got emphatic about these things, because, you know, one of the things that led us down this track is the understanding that if you look at Jupiter and Saturn, they still exhibit more star-like qualities than they do planetary qualities. And, you know, this is something that Velikovsky even understood. You know, what is what got him, you know, sort of along the lines of the electrical properties of such bodies. And, you know, that residual hangover, I think, is borne out by mythology, in terms of the fact that after the initial capture, the switching off, so to speak, of Saturn, that flare-up that took place, you know, Saturn spent a long time up there in the northern part of the sky, recognized as a sun. Now, that's more than just the body reflecting the sun's light. You know, Cardona goes to great lengths to explain that the sun was first seen as a distant sun that got closer and closer. And, you know, that's after the flare-up and the loss of the plasma bubble that had kept everything insulated from, you know, the greater cosmos and such. But, you know, there is no doubt about the fact that the witnesses to this describe Saturn as a sun still bestowing, you know, life-giving light onto the planet. So, you know, there's no reason to believe, there's no reason to reject. Wild comes across, I should put it this way, Wild comes across as almost like, you know, Jupiter crosses a boundary and almost instantaneously transfers from a brown dwarf to what we see today. No way.
So yeah, I hear what you're saying.
Right,
You know,
no,
I wonder if unconsciously Wall would be somewhat mollified if we were to be, if you were to maybe be a little more careful in your language when discussing the volume and mass problem, because that touches on his really, really profound stuff about gravity and the you know, the subtronic electrical properties of matter.
Oh, I agree. The funny thing, Jack, is that all of his comments that he's made is sort of anti what we've put up. The one thing that he hasn't highlighted is at the beginning of the videos is the discussion exactly on volume and mass with regards to identifying brown dwarfs. Now, the fact of the matter is that part of the video is almost entirely based on his writings, though not referenced as such. However, it is referenced in the book. You know, and this is the key point. You know, basically, it's a giant commercial, that video. So, you know, you don't. It's not an academic document, the video. So, you know, in the book, this is referenced. You know, back to Wall's ideas and so on. And he hasn't seemed to, maybe he's just overlooked it in favor of attacking the the Herbig-Haro thing more so. But at this point, he hasn't decided that that's an area that he can attack as well.
You know, it's funny you would say that it's a commercial. I sent it to Ben Gedlow, among other people. You've demonstrated that a brilliant technique with using the grammar school or high school science class film sort of thing, and we should maybe be thinking a GoFundMe, Patreon, or other things, or definitely maybe Institute for Venture Science in getting you a real production budget.
Oh, I mean, yeah, I mean, I've got the gear here to do it, and I don't know, Jack, if you know, I have a film background. I worked in the film industry for most of my life. Last 10 years, I was out of it, and this video is me getting back into it in terms of animation as opposed to live filming and such. But exploring the idea of a greater production, a more sort of feature documentary type thing would appeal to me.
Yeah, I think it deserves it, and I can absolutely see a full-blown production budget to where it wouldn't just be you getting paid for working at home, but maybe everybody coming together in some kind of facility for some predetermined length of time to get the production made.
Yeah, sure. Things like that do well with actual interviews. With people who have something to say. Viewers do actually respond to other humans speaking when they see them in front of the camera, more than just a straightforward, a series of animations and such. So, yeah,
just like they did in Thunderbolts of the Gods.
Yeah. The stuff that Dave has done. Of course, Dave, I remember him saying that he was moving from the medium of books to concentrate on video, and he's done a fantastic job.
I think it's a much more effective way to it's just a sad reality that reading is it's kind of not as efficient as this other AV.
Yeah, the world's too fast for a lot of people, and I think what's happened with the video, it surprised even me because I undertook the video because Ted had complained about our ability. A lot of people don't have a basic grasp at entry level to come into the book, to go with. So it was sort of a response to that to put together something they could visually go with. And lo and behold, we've had the book out for 3 years. Ted's done a tremendous amount of work getting people aware of it and so on like that. And then suddenly this video puts us in direct contact with the likes of Don Scott and Wow and co. And then that didn't happen with the book, yet the book is far more comprehensive.
Unfortunately, they stopped us from filming him in the breakout room in June, but he's gaining ground at the conferences also. He got his place at the table.
Who's that?
With Edwin Cal. Ted did.
Oh, Ted, yes. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And he did a very successful presentation, and so he's kind of taking the first step, which is why I see you guys as main table or main stage presenters this next time around.
Wow. Okay. I don't know why, but that's almost sounds intimidating. But that's a big step.
Maybe just just to get up there and talk about the idea in a nutshell, and the fact that you'd like to get a documentary made, or even just the idea in a nutshell.
Yeah.
Somehow to say, hey, look, this is a very fecund kind of paradigm, and we shouldn't fail to use our imagination. We shouldn't fail to use our imaginations. Yeah.
Yeah, and given the time frame between now and then, just offhand, how long would that be before the next conference?
It's coming up in June, I think I heard him say.
Oh, right. So we got well over 6 months. And, you know, I would like to maybe look more closely at what Wal has said with as much objectivity as I can, because I certainly had planned a much more sort of full video, that really covers a lot of what Ted's contributions are, which is the Neanderthal that issue, and hominid issue on a darkened Earth, a purple dawn Earth. And in that case, I was just going to say, Ted, that in that case, we're very much in the same ballpark as Wal, because what we're talking about then is, let's just for the moment forget about Herbig-Haro objects in the greater cosmos. Just look at the Saturn Nebula and what is involved in there. Yeah, sure, we might have to drop Neptune out of the equation. That never bothered me. As long as we've got a coherent theory on Earth, Mars, and Saturn, and the arrival of Venus within that configuration, to me, that's probably, one of the most important elements in, taking this idea as mainstream as we can.
Mm-hmm. Like I said, we have a coherent theory of human origins, which corresponds to the electrical universe theory. I should think at some point their ears would start to perk up, right? I mean,
yeah,
they might do, Ted. They might do, Ted, but there's going to be pushback on a claim that is completely coherent. People are they're not going to absorb it all in one go and make a yes or no decision right there and then. And so, we just got to feed the milk before we get to the meat.
You guys, I said to Ted previously that the human origins is probably a good way to put it, that you all have planted your flag in the electric universe in the area of human origins.
Yeah, well, I mean, definitely Ted takes the lead on that side, that's for sure.
Weren't you the one who gave us the splash saltation for the cross-pollination of the two hominid types, us and Neanderthal?
Look, the Neanderthals were native to Earth.
Right.
Hominids are native to Earth, well adapted to Earth. The humans aren't. Right now, when you start talking about making a video of this idea of splash saltation, so that could be a big deal, right? I mean, the guy you'd really want doing that would be Cecil B. DeMille, right? Because you're talking about a whole bunch of people just standing there on the beach playing beach ball and all this kind of good stuff, and then you get this vortex, this maelstrom of air and water, that just sucks several thousand people off onto another world.
Yeah, I put a lot of work into visuals for that, you guys.
Yeah, and as you know, Ted, we've often expressed the fact that this is probably the weakest in theoretical development in terms of mechanics that we've had in terms of actually sort of not only just showing that, but explaining how, particularly when you throw the Ganymede aspect into it all. I mean, that's a pretty close encounter for a Birkeland current into the Saturn system from Ganymede.
Troy, is that like you've got people coming here from Ganymede who are culturally sophisticated but not technologically sophisticated, right?
Yeah.
And they're still using tridents and ladles to catch fish,
Mm-hmm.
right? And they're using stone tools, right? So I mean, the oldest human groups on the planet are probably the native Australians, right? And the San people.
Yeah.
A couple of other Dravidians and a couple of other groups related to that right now. So these are not people that had rocket ships or anything like that to travel to Earth with.
Mm.
So you absolutely have to have, in other words,
Some
mechanism
of transport.
Yeah.
Well, look, you guys, there's anecdotal evidence. At least Mark Spann experienced 0 Gs inside of a tornado just before the 2013 conference.
Yes.
Yeah. So it works, and I think definitely Wal can help you with the physics of the reality of a working material being transported. I've heard him say recently, that many of our mountain ranges may have just been dragged over from Mars.
Wow. there's obviously residual as well in terms of the psyche to this, because just take Dorothy leaving Kansas, how that was portrayed in the biblical account of the death of Elijah, being sucked up in a vortex of some kind. So there's there definitely is that. I think, Ted, that and Jack, I think the next video that I'm looking at is to try and illustrate as much as possible life under a sub-brown dwarf star before I get into how things could be transplanted there or not. Because, and Ted, you know this, I'd like to get more of a handle on Sheldrake's, sort of morphic field template ideas as part of that mechanism before I attempted anything in terms of genuine transfer. But in the meantime, I think it's mind-blowing enough to present a sort of primordial Earth in visual form for people to to experience it.
Troy, are you getting at some kind of a morphic cloning?
Yeah, there's a template where DNA is just simply the receptor to a template. So, you don't have to get a live kicking human being sucked up and thrown onto the Earth. This is just me speculating, by the way. You don't have to get that, but if you can get DNA representation between planetary bodies, then that DNA could effectively, act as an aerial, a receptor to a morphic field template that, to put it mildly, is universal.
No, I get you. That's a great. I hadn't even considered that.
Yeah, I mean, this is what I think Sheldrake has sort of aimed at. I see elements of that when I can read elements of that when you look at the biblical account for the formation, and I use that word, decidedly, not the creation, but the formation of Adam, in the Genesis account. As soon as I understood what one psychologist sort of said, the misconception that we have that the human body and its brain is a form of machine that has internal power and its origins, is like looking at a TV set, watching the TV broadcast all these programs, and actually believing that all those programs that come onto the TV screen are somehow generated within the TV set itself. Sure, you can do what brain surgeons do. You can take a TV set and poke around in it electronically and get some static or fuzz come up on the screen. But to get the vast array of programming that we see on our television sets requires this massive industry that is completely disconnected except by signal, to television sets wherever they may be. And so, not just the brain, but the human body, the life force is something that comes from without and is received according to a pre-programmed DNA, which is what basically instills in us our individuality. And it's distinct to each individual, but it's basically downloaded, if you can use that term, from a higher, morphic field. Yeah.
My mother once told me that somewhere around 1950 or 51, she caught me with a vacuum cleaner in my hand in the back of the TV set. I was trying to vacuum up all the dead Indians from the bottom of the TV set.
Yeah.
But it must have fallen.
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw the Bigfoot film maybe as a 4-year-old on the television and was absolutely terrified. So
yeah. But that's an area that I'm really at very elementary stages of thought in. Whereas the idea of developing a comprehensive visual representation of life under a brown dwarf star, a la Earth under Saturn, before capture. All these things take into account, taking into account Ted's work on dinosaur anomalies, all these sorts of things. I find that most fascinating in terms of future challenges.
Troy, when you talk about doing a video on life on Earth before capture, are you talking about Cro-Magnon man being there at that point?
Oh yeah, most definitely, I would, because I dare I use the term, one of the most romantic aspects of the something that the average person can really get their teeth into is this idea of a Neolithic world war with Neanderthals.
Right.
That threat to existence, and of course I said to you as well, Ted, that one of these paradigm shifts that Jack sort of is alluding to that seems to be taking place is none other than David Attenborough. Has put together a radio documentary on Eileen Morgan's aquatic ape theory, where they're giving that another look. Now, he speaks for the mainstream. There isn't anything Attenborough would do if he felt he was going to get offside with the mainstream science. So, if he's picking up on that theme and making whole documentaries on the aquatic ape, people are ready for a different view on the type of world that existed, prior to the capture of Saturn.
Right. The only thing I'll say is that, like, the aquatic ape thesis does not work on this planet, and it does not work as a theory of evolution.
No, and that's a seed that we can lay in the video, Ted.
Right.
All right.
It works as a theory of human adaptation.
Yeah. Often it's better to leave the question hanging in such things than to just ram it into the viewers. It's like Fred Astaire said, always leave them wanting more. When it comes to these things, if you lay the seed, then they're not so surprised later on. But if you throw it straight at them, as I say, if you sort of do all that, go to all that trouble to look at the aquatic ape thing, show how the human is more adapted in that way, yet has this problem with its current environment, or an environment even in primordial times here on Earth. If you just leave that hanging at a later point, people are more receptive.
Mm-hmm. No, that makes sense. Listen, people, I'm going to have to take off here. It's like,
hey, you can just mute. You could just mute, and you come back later.
I'm going to mute my microphone, and I'm going to leave you.
Yeah, go do your thing, and if I'm still around, I don't know if Troy will be here that long. But
I'll be back about an hour and a half. Okay.
Okay, buddy.
Good.
All right, Ted. Catch you later.
It's good talking to you as always. It's like, let me
say hello to Jehovah for me.
Will do. Catch you later.
All right, mate. Have a good one. See ya.
So
yeah,
back to the field thing. There's a lot. There's a lot of pieces, but they all agree with each other along the edges where they terminate in things like noetic sciences, Gene Radin's work, the stuff Wall's been talking about lately about the speed of telepathy being comparable to that of instantaneous gravity.
Yep.
Speed
of thought.
Yeah, right. And the longitudinal force. Have you looked at what Compaq has?
No, I haven't.
I don't think they put his videos up on from the conference. Yeah. And it's possibly because his English isn't that great and they have to do some subtitles, but.
Right. Yeah, well, I mean, did you ever meet Sheldrake at any of these conferences?
No, 2014 was my first conference, but I have watched his presentation from the 2013 with sagacious interest more than once.
Right. Well, I mean, it's certainly an area, TED saltation, splash saltation stuff is always going to pose a problem in terms of the mechanics over that kind of distance, because even the distance between Earth and the Moon is a challenge. to get a live, whatever, transported that way. As far as we know, Ted has always also subscribed to Grazier's idea of the common, water atmosphere of a brown dwarf. So that if you get that transfer, through water, particularly ice crystals and things like that, where something can be suspended in animation. But for me, it's like if you do get something on a planet that arrives even possibly in dead form and such, the DNA is there for something to happen at the morphic field level, at a later date. How? I'll be honest with you, Jack. It's we're talking. It's almost godlike perception on how these things would work. But nonetheless, that's where I think we're heading for ultimately.
Well, absolutely, and it would be asking, I think, too much of just about anybody to appreciate that reality itself is contingent upon more than they can encompass with their being.
Right.
But Sheldrake, remember, is not afraid to go for things like the conscious sun and the ray of creation and biological life serving a purpose as a kind of a vibrational food for the planets. And
yeah. I think he's definitely onto something more than profound, Sheldrake. And of course, he hangs out not more than 30 miles from where I live. So, at some point, I do hope to meet the bloke. I know he's a busy guy and so on, but, his stuff is inspiring. I really do have to make an effort to come to terms with that before I tackle any splash saltation, human transfer, Ganymede to Earth stuff in video form.
Well, it's also okay to leave it an unanswered question. And
sure.
I wonder about Sheldrake. I was thinking back on all the times I heard him speak about people having the experience of, say, knowing they were being watched, or people. He never says that he's actually had that experience. And I think for him, it may be a given. He may be in this conscious circle of humanity I've started hearing about of late.
Yeah, well, he was good buddies with McKenna, and that's a circle that I would have loved to have been a fly on the wall when they used to meet.
I think that we could meet with them right now if we were aware of our ability to do so in our, you know what I mean? In our
I do know what you mean. Yeah. I think a lot of what's ascribed to prophecy and things like that is an element of that, itself and so on. But yeah, most definitely. Jack, I'd like to pick up again on what you were saying about some more practical things. What you mentioned about possibly, I don't know, getting some kind of film production aspect going with what we could do in terms of that.
Yeah, I've got just as far as what I'm qualified to bring in, and I have no thought of, I give no thought to profit, that any profits that my work would engender, but I certainly, I think, would consider myself very humbled to be able to throw in any of my technical skill. I'm a digital media guy, applied sciences, the Adobe suite, After Effects, Premiere, and Cinema 4D. And so, I mean, I could work for free or cheap, depending on what my situation turns out to be in Tucson. So we can get it done any way you slice it.
But do you think there is, sort of scope for, taking this into a more sort of, how can I say, a more serious, film production approach?
Yes.
And as opposed to purely the printed medium.
Yes, and I think Mark would be integral. He's in close with the Suspicious Observers, and Jean, what's her last name? She's quite embedded on the practical side of things. They got funding for the mobile observatory for Ben Davidson,
Uh-huh.
and yeah, so and then Susan, of course, is indispensable. And um, so I'm going
Susan
to
is who?
Susan Sherratt. She's
All
like
right, I've seen the name. Yep. Hmm.
she's wonderful. I look forward to your getting a chance to meet her. No, okay. One practical thing we can do is start having little hangouts like these,
Right.
where you guys could just have bullshit sessions. Which link did you end up using to get join the call?
Geez, I was pushing links all over the place, and
I
you
said,
know, the thing is that it would have worked on any of the links if I had gone as far as, you know, when it sort of reached the point you must open an Internet Explorer. I thought that can't be, and so on, because I don't have Internet Explorer downloaded. So I had to go into it. It just seemed once the Internet Explorer happened, I was there, but otherwise it was just jamming up.
well, Edge, you're clearly using Windows 10, and it's very different.
Hmm.
And so it may just be that there was some plug-in permission or something that
Right.
you needed to get to turn on. I'm using an Ubuntu Linux
Right.
on this call, and Windows 10 on a machine that's monitoring it here next to me via YouTube, and Firefox is my browser on here.
Right.
So
Yeah.
hey,
No,
you're in the call. It's great.
I know. I've got to say, I can't give you a definitive step back as to how I, you know, actually ended up getting here. But it all came right once I took the plunge and basically downloaded Internet Explorer, as opposed to, see, it just foxed me in the sense, you know, surely Internet Explorer, Microsoft Edge, they're effectively just, you know, one's an upgrade of the other. You know, it must be able to do it, but obviously it couldn't. But now I've got that sorted. It shouldn't be a problem.
It's kind of, yeah, maybe you have to do something with the browser itself, that it's a different kind of browser. Something, yeah, I couldn't say. I should probably not even try to guess. But yeah, what was I thinking? PD Ouspensky. I've gotten really into the work of Gurdjieff and Peter Ouspensky.
Right.
And in his he has a book called The Psychology of Man's Possible Evolution. Are you familiar with that?
No.
Okay, it's a short collection of 5 of his lectures. And in the introduction, he reflects on one of his biggest challenges in 25 years of lecturing, that he states very plainly that he's found the hardest thing is helping people understand that they are hearing new ideas, that is, hearing things they've never heard before.
Mm-hmm.
And he says that they will automatically contradict and then repeat back in their own habitual language what they've heard. And when you're talking about something that's got a very nuanced thing, like it has to be stated in a very particular way in English, for example, treat everyone as if they were a close relative. I'm sorry, as if he or she were a close relative, is not the same as treat everyone like family.
Right. Yeah. No, I get the same thing with you know, the same thing could be applied to the Christian ethic of love one another. Does not necessarily mean to say you got to like one another.
Right.
And
I'm for my part, a Christian Gnostic.
Okay.
So I definitely have had the divine experience of being able to say, for my part, if these are the teachings of Christ, I'm a Christian. I haven't heard anything from him, so I'd have to wait to hear what he has to say about it, if he's not just a myth. which is okay too. It's added a lot to me as far as my the quality of my soul, as Socrates might put it.
Right. Well, I mean, fundamentally, the claim being that he was the Word made flesh still puts the emphasis on the idea, the Word, as opposed to the flesh. So, myth-wise, a myth at the end of the day is effectively a collection of remembered ideas. So it can work both ways, in my opinion.
Well, being totally honest, I'd have to say for me, all he is a myth.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, have you read like the Gospel of Thomas?
Long time ago. Yeah.
That's
That's the one.
Michael Armstrong. You've probably seen him in some of the space news.
Michael Armstrong. Yes, I know the name. Yes.
Yeah, he's he handles Mikamar Publishing, which does all the main Thunderbirds.
That's right. Yes, I think I've actually spoken with him. He was interested at one point in taking on Cosmos and Collision, but that seemed to have died a death. So,
well, I wouldn't say that. Michael's he wasn't at this last conference, but he and I struck up a pretty good friendship.
Yeah.
He's into the Gnosticism too, and he's done several ancient translations of that particular era colloquial Coptic.
Okay.
Gospel of Thomas is found in. Yeah, there's a lot going on there with him.
Armstrong can read Coptic.
Apparently.
Wow.
Yeah, I was impressed too. I don't have that kind of skill. I mean, though I feel the lack of it. That's something I would be interested in learning.
Yeah, my degree was in part in Egyptology, so I have hieroglyphics and Middle Egyptian, as something that I can pick up and run with. But Coptic is a level, in itself, and it's a special study into itself.
No kidding.
Yeah.
Then to hear somebody who's a learned Egyptologist say that just really emphasizes the point.
Oh yeah, well, the guy I studied under is a guy called Spallinger, who was one of the great antagonists to Velikovsky's historical reconstructions and such. And so I stumbled onto Velikovsky because I found a book in the library at Auckland University that was it was Velikovsky's Ages and Chaos, and there was a note to Spallinger, my professor, in it. And I read the intro and I thought, wow, what's this? And I just assumed, being very young at the time, that the note meant that these guys were, somehow connected. So I grabbed the book, went traipsing off to my professor. I said, hey, Dr. Spallinger, this book by Emanuel Velikovsky, and I was cut off right in the middle of that. He said, I don't do Velikovsky. And I went, and then he yelled at me, I don't do Velikovsky, enough that we were outside in the foyer of the library, and that everybody turned to see what the hell was going on. And I thought, okay, well, I'm backing off from this. And he was really quite aggressive about the whole thing. And of course, all it did was make me want to actually go off and read it.
That's so funny.
Yeah,
it's actually hilarious.
Yeah. No, and then I saw later that Ted's got a friend called Charles Ginenthal. You probably know of him. He's done Pillars of the Past series.
Right.
Where they have their own sort of Gunnar Heinsohn inspired reconstruction of history. And Ted's very loyal to Charles in that area. I'm not totally convinced, and so on. But Spallinger, my old professor, appears in a lot of the what fors reported in those books. And I can tell you, he's an abrasive individual. Some people think Ted can be abrasive, but Spallinger was something else. He was an Ivy League boy from New York. Very much silver spoon in the mouth character. And his whole demeanor was, I'm the Egyptologist, and this I am to be afforded the due respect, irrespective of what you think. And so that often was his train of argument, Jack. He was sort of like, you have to respect me, and that's why I win the argument, because of my status as an Egyptologist. But what I will say about Spellinger was that he was an expert in Coptic, and he's done subsequently a number of books that look at military history in Egypt and so on like that. But I do know that I would have had to go beyond master's level. Would have had to gone to PhD level to have even got to Coptic as something that could be useful to me.
That's really interesting. I want you to know you pointed me to Schauberger, somebody who I've admitted in my survey, just so you know. Yeah, just because I'd like to have a more informed way to communicate with you. So it's like, wow, better go brush up on my Schauberger.
Yeah. Oh, well, for me, at a very practical level, just in the way I handle my gardening and all that sort of stuff, Schauberger is the man. I know he's more known in sort of UFO circles because of his work on the repulsine, which is a kind of an anti-gravity thing, and that's where everybody goes running to Schauberger for. But it's actually his insight into the nature of water and the what he calls the evanescence, but is effectively electrical in nature. Now you've got a guy called Poole, who's done, and isn't it funny? I have never got round to seeing all of his presentations that Thunderbolts have put out from the conferences. But he's also looked at the electrical nature of water. And of course, when you understand that water is the only substance that we know that expands both when heated and cooled, it's from its anomaly point, which is 4 degrees. It's the only substance that does that. There is a definite connection between water and all this electric universe stuff.
Sure, and this is what it goes back to those puzzle pieces. You've got Gerald Pollack's work with
Pollack's, yes, sorry, that's it. Yep.
Yeah, and nobody probably noticed this but me. But if you look at the cover of his book, it looks a lot like Gurdjieff's table of hydrogens that was brought out by Ouspensky.
Okay.
And yeah, in these subtler and subtler states of matter, there's a lot going on with water. Water is, I think, a key ingredient in understanding reality.
Well, Schauberger basically says it's the lifeblood of reality. It's actually what forms our reality at a fundamental level, and that effectively, all of us are, walking sacks of water, as we go about, and once we're disconnected from water, we die.
Kong Pop also has something to bring to the table with respect to water and the whole storm thing about how much water can be released in a tropical storm. Did you catch that stuff at his first appearance in 2014? He was on Red Eye.
No, I have to admit, I tend to become a bit myopic when I bury myself in projects, and the stuff that I did with Ted over the last 3 years, unfortunately coincided with a lot of medical issues that I myself sort of underwent at the time. So I tended to bury myself in our ideas, and this is one of the reasons why, getting back to Wild Thornhill and his ideas, I haven't kept up as much as I would have, because I just didn't have the energy to concentrate on what Ted and I were doing, and at the same time monitor developments in other areas. And I just decided, let's put together what we know at this point, and publish and be damned, so to speak. So I've got a lot of catching up to do, And it's really only in the last 2 or 3 months, and especially now I've finished this video, which was an obligation that I had to TED, that I've started to, think, yep, I've got a bit of time now to just sit back and absorb stuff, that I've missed out on all these presentations that you're talking about.
Well, it's a lot like the story of the elephant. Everybody's feeling a different piece of it, and everyone's got a bit of the elephant. One guy's rubbing the skin, the other the leg, one the trunk, another a tusk.
Yeah.
And so Kong Pop essentially is saying that because of the, if I'm not wrong here, because of the longitudinal force, you get anti-gravity. The evaporation could in no way account for the amount of water transported up into these storm clouds. They have to be levitated off the surface of the oceans, and then come inland and then just plop down again like a bucket. Yeah, which is great stuff.
Yeah, well, you see, that's there's a lot of experiments that show the levitational effects of water, and of course Schauberger's child era insight was observing jumping salmon, and their almost incredible ability to jump against the flow of waterfalls.
Yes.
And such. And as far as Schauberger was concerned, that's pure levitation. It's electrical in nature, because the water is incredibly ionized in those where the water is behaving that way in waterfalls. And the salmon basically has an innate ability to find those paths, those levitational paths that water offers.
Wait, I know who Schauberger is. He's the one with the vacuum force, right? He's an
implosion man. Yes, he's the implosion guy.
There
rather
you go.
Than
Okay, he has been included in my survey of all things.
He's the big one. Implosion as opposed to explosion. He's what you call it, centrifugal. He's opposite to that. What's that called again?
The vortex energy.
It's not centrifugal. The name escapes me, but it's
centripetal.
That's it, centripetal. Yeah, that's he's the man on that, and this is where he's often linked into 0-point energy people's sort of attempts and things along those lines. Schauberger was never a 0-point energy person, but effectively he discovered through water what I think Tesla discovered through electrical current in terms of how the world operates.
I think that the 0 point becomes very germane to physics, which only needs the electrical force as the only fundamental force, as the only force in reality or in nature at all. You're
tapping into almost an infinite force, a source of power, whereas the 0-point guys are still sort of languishing in that idea of isolated in a neutralized point of space. They're not seeing the full connections outside. Even Tesla, I don't think fully understood where the currents that he was tapping into originated. Birkeland was getting there, but of course everybody just could not conceive of the sun as the generator of those currents during his time. Schauberger simply takes the idea of telluric currents and applies them to the evanescence that you see in water.
Yeah, there's a fellow who's really into him.
Gavin Coates?
No, darn it, his name. It's one of those tip of the tongue things. 77G Slinger is the name of his YouTube channel.
Oh yeah.
He's written a book, in the electric universe. verse vein. Actually, he's written a couple.
Yeah.
And he's one of these abrasive types too. But um, what's his name? Red Ice Radio.
Oh, they've had him.
Yeah, and actually they broke a very long string of all the political kind of alt-right talk to have him on. Which,
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So-
I've done a lot of. I did a lot of Red Ice Radio interviews, and from 2011 to the end of 2012.
I remember.
Oh, you've heard those?
Of
Yeah.
course. Yeah.
Yeah. I still think probably the first interview I did with Henrik was the best one that I've ever done. There was a good vibe going then, but yes, I could tell that Henrik was a little frustrated with my what I think he perceived my Judeo-Christian sort of approach to things. And since then I did an interview with Jay Widener a couple of years ago. Yeah, great guy. And it was Jay who told me, how Henrik had basically, gone full, especially with his wife, forgotten her name now, Lana Lockteeth.
Yeah. Well, I didn't know that was the Scandinavian he was married to, but now the cat's out of the bag.
Yes, they're actually husband and wife. She's actually Ukrainian by descent, but Canadian, having been brought up in Canada.
I thought she was married to his friend, but I was only guessing.
Oh, well, I could be wrong, but I was under the impression they were no, in fact, I'm pretty certain of that one.
No,
Jack. Yeah.
I'm going to say I'm going to take that one to as most acceptable truth.
Yeah. They're still being together, but I do know he was really starting to, I guess calling it the alt-right side of things, but certainly the Zionist element, became a big feature of his stuff, and there was all kinds of recriminations and consequences that Jay told me had happened as a result of where Henrik had gone. I don't know. I felt he had a good thing going without having to go into the area, it just, I guess it ballooned there for him, but he's still going, isn't he?
Oh yeah. In fact, they're going strong, and they've I've been watching them recently. They're doing great.
Yeah.
Funnily, that book that they slipped to Dave Talbot at this last conference, or the one before,
Yeah.
the Not in My Image, is John Lash, where he identifies the entire concept that one single tribe of humans, and the idea that they are the chosen ones of God, is a kind of ties back to the archons, that would make Jehovah Yaldabaoth, and this can actually be backed up by some other sources that show there were two covenants made with Abraham, one over blood and the other with Yahweh, that didn't require anything of them as far as paying for sin with blood.
Right.
Yeah, and so it's tough in a world where you can be marginalized for thought crime.
Oh, the Zionist influence is horrendous in terms of a lot of this, sort of people wanting to just get to the truth of something. Very dangerous. And I must admit, I tend to stay out of any public discourses in that area, even though I cover I have a thing about central banking as my sort of main area, target area. If there's anything that I would be happy to achieve in this world, is in some way contributing to the demise of the central banking model of debt-based finance. That's what's my first book, Saturn Death Cult, was all about. But I felt Henrik, I could sense the frustration that wanting to go more directly at the enemy, so to speak, on these issues. But that is, and is at my stage in life, that I leave that to the younger men. So,
I've been looking at this pagan revival,
Mhm.
and I like the polytheistic thing, and I think that monotheism is rightly despised for many reasons.
Well, I think much of the infrastructure around, particularly the Abrahamic monotheistic religions, needs to be despised. I'm no friend of what I call churchianity, and I can lump the mosque and the synagogue, in the same bracket, and such. But it's for myself. I think so many of the world's problems end with the destruction of the debt-based finance system. I tend to take as a maxim that the love of money is the root of all evil, and that it's not some, I don't know, some grotesque entity called the devil, but our ideas behind, our ideas behind wealth and that. And I guess, this all goes back to what I talk about with golden ages. My idea of a golden age is that that's when civilization began, because that's when human beings first developed the concept of weights and measures, and time being the first serious measure by which humans could advance in a civilizing sense. Now, the love of money distorts that, the measure that money is, and creates so much of the problems that we have today.
I remember hearing you tell about that, and I found it really interesting. It stuck with me. I was just thinking of it earlier when we were talking. I
had some good conversations with Henrik over that. He's a good guy. I like Henrik a lot, and
he's awesome.
He's very, very brave going in the direction. I mean, he has obviously a good woman to go with him, into these areas. All the more power to him.
It's a necessary kind of counter. It's going to be a natural consequence of the. You can be collective or pro-European without being collectivist, but
yeah,
you can't just demonize European culture and try to homogenize it into something it isn't. It is what it is, and it deserves to have its place with every other culture.
Oh yeah, definitely. And I think that's part of what's happening with the paradigm change. I think the guilt trip that's been put down on European culture, and the race card that people play against and so on like that is starting to, it's starting to wear old now, and I think a lot of people are able to see past. This, I don't know how to actually put it, but the not the divisive, but the superficial view of what it is to be proud of your own culture.
Oh, no kidding. But of course, any good Nazi would say that. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah,
it is tough. It's a little awkward. And so, you would have the most ascendant, or the most let's say accomplished kind of culture being big enough to not worry about being put down or insulted or anything.
Yeah,
this thing's been a rather pernicious kind of attack on our culture, on European culture.
Oh yeah, no, there's definitely an agenda behind it. I have a project totally unrelated to Electric Universe and stuff I do with Ted, but I became aware of, and it's basically understanding the role of Bolshevism in the world. I'm a big fan of the Joseph P. Farrell's work on what this third entity, the Nazi International. Even guys like Dave Emery, the extreme left-wing radio guy, I've learned a lot about the role of the Underground Reich and all these sort of political elements. But one of the things that is not discussed is, of course, the Russian element to all this and the role of Bolshevism over the last 100 years. And the stuff that I'm reading at the moment is a look at the battle that the Russians had in ejecting Bolshevism from their country right up to 1975. But the conspiracy element of it is that in 1975 you get this sort of little known immigration law that allows mass immigration of Russians into the United States. And effectively, a lot of these Russians moved into government circles on the basis of that they, were defectors, and so therefore had knowledge of the perceived enemy being Russia. And as a result of that, Bolshevism really began to, overtake much of what we see in the form of the Democrat Party.
Long, slow march through the institutions.
That's exactly it. And the Rockefeller, Rothschild cartels that had originally financed the rise of the Bolshevik left as a part of Hegelian dialectic and such, effectively got eaten by the monster they had created. And the jury's out. I see what's happening in your country with Trump as possibly a fight back of the cartel and the Rockefeller type influences and so on against the Bolshevik bureaucratic entrenched Bolshevism, it's drain the swamp stuff and so on, because it seems to me it's no different to the struggle that Russia underwent during the late 60s and 70s to eject Bolshevism from their own bureaucracies.
Is that how they ended up with Gorbachev? Or?
Yeah, and the guy to study, there's two people to study in Russia, is Marshal Ustinov and Yuri Andropov, the KGB guy. And that's what makes Putin such an interesting bloke, because he's pure KGB.
I've seen the Yuri Andropov interview several times.
Mm-hmm.
I find it quite informative. That's the one I'm thinking of, right? Where he talks about how to destroy a culture.
Yes, very much so. There's I do know the interview you're talking about. Of course, Bolshevism practiced they practiced displacement of ethnic groups to the nth degree in Russia. They shifted people because Russia is so large, 11 time zones.
Yes,
they could play at this kind of thing all over the shop. But there seems to have been, and I've managed to develop, without being able to speak Russian and so on, I've managed to develop a certain amount of understanding as to how this group, which has its origins not in the Orthodox Church, but actually in the evangelical movements of what you call Russian baptism, that basically fought their way back through the quasi-military establishment, the KGB, and such, to ultimately eject the Bolshevik influence that pervaded throughout the whole bureaucracy of what became the Soviet Union. And it's a fascinating story, because what was happening then, I really do believe, is what's been going on in America, the United States, at least since the time of the first Bush presidency.
Just making me think of Philip K. Dick and his assertion that the Roman Empire never ended, with with Theodosius making the Nicene Catholic Church mandatory.
Yes.
Empire-wide, and he was the last emperor over to rule from both Constantinople and Rome.
Right. Yeah.
What do you think about that? Any thoughts?
Oh, well, I mean, purely from a, I don't know if you're aware in biblical Christian thought, when it comes to the matter of eschatology, prophecy, that kind of thing, there's two trains of thought. The evangelicals go for what's called futurism. There's the Praetist idea, which is that everything was fulfilled up to the time of the sacking of the temple in 70 AD. But then there's a historical question, and if you look at the prophecies of Daniel and so on, and the historical interpretation doesn't really look at prophecy in the sense of sort of like reading tea leaves or telling the future. It's just simply the process by which things unfold, and there is that sequence of beast systems that Daniel talks about. And of course, the toughest beast, the hardest one, has two features to it, and one is Imperial Rome that flows into Catholic Rome, or Apostolic Rome, and effectively finds its period of time where it comes to an effective end when Napoleon basically casts down the Pope and takes the crown from his hand and crowns himself. And since that time, we've seen the rise of what I call a kingdom of merchants, which is basically your hidden Babylon. This idea of the merchant prince overtaking what Rome ruled as, through imperial into the ecclesiastical period that rode all the way through to about 1795.
It struck me the other day that we weren't meant to parse our loyalties with render unto Caesar that which is Caesar's and that unto God which is his, but rather that was a kind of an either or proposition. Like, are you going to put your soul upon the things of this world, money matters and whatnot, or are you going to put yourself or put your into trying to attain true faith, true hope?
Absolutely agree. I think that goes back to what is the message of Elijah, which was personified by John the Baptist in Christ's time, which is serve you God or serve you Baal. Baal being a generic term for all that which is anti-God, and God being, a term that is applied fundamentally to a system which is divinely inspired, not man created.
Right. Somewhere I heard Baal means Lord, which makes me think like landlord or the Lord of the earth.
Yes, it does.
God of this world, if you will, or the devil.
Yeah. Yes, it does. And Lord God, of course, this is where the Adonai was dropped into the tetragram to create, Lord Jehovah and these sorts of variations, and where the King James has God and the Lord as a demarcation. That whole debate amongst a lot of people, the sacred name of God and so on. That's definitely my understanding that where you have a definite name for the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, going back to he who breathed life into Adam. Baal is the opposite of that Lord, but there are many Baals, and the subsequent sort of connection between that Lord Baals and what we call Shaitan, or the adversary, simply boils down to a clash of ideas at the end of the day, rather than a clash of personalities.
I like that. Recently there was I don't know where to start, but I guess I'll mention the 82 advices of Gurdjieff for his daughter.
Yeah, I've heard of those. Yeah.
Yeah, and one of them is regard no one and nothing as your possession, but another is treat that which does not belong to you as if it did belong to you. So
Right.
and do not become attached to anything that can destroy you in the course of time. So there seems to be and it all falls out of the Enneagram, believe it or not. There's sort of a cyclical do, re, mi, and then there's a gap where you need an external shock so things do follow predictable patterns, and there's some sacred geometry that's rather esoteric, or it's the real stuff.
Yeah.
And it only comes out for a conscious mind that is ready to understand it. Otherwise it remains occluded.
Yeah. What you're expressing with that, treat everything as if you don't own it, but as if you do. I'm sort of paraphrasing there. Is very much the custodial Celtic idea of ownership, as opposed to the sort of sovereign idea of ownership. And as far as I can work out, this is where you've got a fundamental problem. There are people that have to be dissuaded of this idea, and that is that the human being is not sovereign. He has dominion, but is not sovereign. Sovereign is that which created, the universe, including human beings in it. But the human being can exercise dominion, and it's just really the duty of the human being to find how to exercise that dominion in such a way that it's in harmony with the overall universe.
Yes, and I'd say not loving he who does not love his life will gain it.
Mm-hmm.
As you know what I'm saying. One of the sayings in the Gospel, Thomas, is, and they're just collected sayings of Jesus attributed to him, 114 of them, is that he who has found the world has found a corpse, and the world has no place for him. I hope I'm saying that right. In other words, to love material things more than each other is what evil is.
Yeah, it's I understand that as false idols or heart idols. The way I would sum that up from the biblical, and I can't quote you which verse, chapter it's from, but it's, if God wills I live, I live. If God wills I die, I die. When you have that understanding, where you are in agreement with that, then all things start to open up, and you no longer place a material value on your life, and you start entering into understanding that which is of spiritual value. But it does take that process, at least on the part of the Christian, to reach the point where, at the end of the day, we are a part of creation first and foremost, and creation is not necessarily made for our individual taste.
Right. I think about how many people get to the end of their lives and you're carrying accounts. They've got all kinds of accounts and all kinds of charges against people who have been in their lives in the past, and those things are based on money. I mean, when at a certain point there should be a jubilee and you should wipe the tables.
Oh, the jubilee is the most important thing that we can look forward to. The idea of total release is the way it's portrayed in the Bible. It's not unique to the Bible as such, but it's probably the most important aspect of how to understand God's creation works from a biblical perspective. It's the restoration of all things through the release of debt.
Right. Now, have you at all been exposed to the Apocryphon of John?
I have. Yes, I've read virtually the whole of the Apocrypha. At some point, I can't say when, it'd be a while back now, but yes.
So yeah, the Nag Hammadi thing, I've spent the last couple of years listening to a lot of what the people in the academic circles have to say about that. Like Elaine Hagel, think it's her last, Elaine Pagels.
Mhm.
And well, I don't want to run off on a list of names here, but it seems almost like a bookend to the apocalypse of John that
Mhm.
was maybe omitted deliberately by the some of the early church fathers at some stage.
Right.
Because it seemed what I've gotten out of that is that the way the archons trap the spark is to take your essence, which is what you are without personality, and to wrap it in this kind of false um, construct, which is the egoic volitional self.
Right.
That
Interesting.
so many of the Eastern teachings say you have to diminish that. I mean, you can't kill it, but you want to minimize ego.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, that goes into the martial arts that come out of the East and so on like that. And it is actually a fairly liberating thing. And to go full circle, Jack. Um, these are probably some of the things that may need to probably be taken into account in terms of Ted and myself's interaction with Wal and Co. When it comes to these various ideas, it's very easy to let ego get the better.
I don't think that's a problem you have. You have a lot of issues with. Just talking to you, you seem like you're not defending any idea, but rather looking for ways to attack your own ideas, or at least assail.
Oh yeah, I've told Ted I'm waiting for the day when somebody points to something and says, "See, that's where it all went wrong." I'm fully open to that. That's more than likely a possibility. I wrote to Weil recently, and I told him, I said, uh, Cardona was somewhat impatient with what he called dilettantes. I am, by my own admission, a dilettante. I don't do this as a professional thing. I don't come from a professional background that exposed me to, electrical theory or related scientific matters. I don't have a scientific background at all. My area is mostly in the arts and historical subjects and such. But yeah, I think I've learned, Jack, from past experiences where I've been dogmatic on issues, and you're just setting yourself up for a fall at some point. So it just makes sense, and I recognize Wal's expertise. I'll learn more from him than he'll ever forget.
Well, you'll hear the unexamined life is not worth living quoted a lot, but the actual quote is the unexamined life is not worth living for a human being.
Uh-huh.
And so that's the gist of Ouspensky and his the psychology of man's possible evolution. He doesn't
Right.
mean the evolution of the species. He means each individual human has well, I don't know if everyone does, but has the ability to the built-in psychology, as it were, to
Yeah.
evolve and go past where nature has brought man up to a stage where he can live a perfectly satisfactory life, and it would be possibly immoral to force him to do otherwise. But there is an ascendance. There's a birth to true human being available to each of us, and that's the way you get there is by understanding that that you exist inside a higher purpose.
Mhm.
That
That's why I'm, the potential for the influence on the arts coming out of what Thunderbolts are doing, even what Ted and I have done and so on like that, has always interested me even more than the actual theories themselves. art has its place in defining the human for, you know, for what he is, and often gets confused with religion and things, you know, spiritual matters. But then art, I believe, is a very spiritual form of expression.
Well, it's divine, I think, and it's that it transcends language and goes into the symbol, you know, the realm of the Platonic ideals,
Mm-hmm.
if you follow me.
I think I do. Yeah, the Platonic ideals, Platonic.
Yeah. Yes.
Yes. Okay. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
And so, well, I've had this experience myself a couple of times where, especially recently, where I have ideas and they're quite profound, but they're not necessarily coming to me in the form of words,
Mm-hmm.
or of just kind of a gnosis.
Yeah, a knowing. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, knowledge and a knowing and so on. Yeah, I think, you know, Christianity has expressed a time in the future when all is made known. You know, biblical accounts and so on talks about such times. You know, to a large extent, I do view what we're going through as finite beings in this existence as a schooling. You know, and you know, in time, whether it's through resurrection or ascension, whatever the mechanism might be, the human being has the ability to metamorphosize into, you know, something greater, and it's probably on a more spiritual than a physical level. You know, that will take place. But you know, there's the individual and there is the corporate whole, and I think the harmony between those two seemingly exclusive states of being, you know, has to be resolved at some point, and that essentially is the march, you know, of human existence over this time, that you would, in biblical terms, that you would call the great feast of festivals. That effectively a 7,000 year period is what a lot of people believe it is.
Is this an awkward silence? I'm waiting for you to elaborate more on that.
Okay, no, I just, you know, my own biblical understanding, which is not evangelical, it's not Catholic, it's not really part of anything that you would call a denomination and such, but it is that an understanding of the festivals in the Bible is key to understanding the progress that humanity makes down through the ages, and where we as a corporate and as individuals go to, you know, as we approach apexes in history. I'm a great believer that that journey is spiral in nature, and not linear, in that as we advance through history, if we look down through history, we can see very similar things happening, and subsequently, if we look up, we can perceive very similar things happening, so that you get this template of events that kind of repeat, where the details are different, but the outcomes are largely the same. You know, this is the process that every generation has to, you know, is allowed to go through, unique to its own time, yet affected by these templates depending on what period you happen to be born in. And you know, I think it reaches a point, crikey, I don't know, I'm ad-libbing here, but you know, where it reaches a Z pinch, for want of a better term.
Wow.
Where it all gets, it effectively gets congealed, you know, into a you know, a coming together. I don't know if that sounds too airy-fairy, but certainly, you know, a point of knowledge, where, you know, Christians can call it the unveiling of the light, other religions have their own ideas with this, but there does seem to be a consensus that that's where we're heading. Jubilee, what you were talking about, when the world reaches a point where we fully embrace Jubilee in our economic, socio-political lives, I think we will have taken a massive step towards that.
I like what you're saying, that the festivals are a way that the culture had a type for or typified this greater cycle or this greater will.
Yeah, it's a roadmap. It's a roadmap of eras.
Right. But it's not exclusive to them, I'm sure.
Certainly not.
Yeah. No, I like that because although, of course, not to focus on the negative, but that can be an instant roadblock. People hear you talking about, Jewish festivals having to do with what they are and the secrets of their existence, and they might tune you out because of cultural bias, and then so.
Yeah, we see. I've always made the distinction between what is Jewishness and what is Israelitish. A lot of people wouldn't pick it up, but if they read through Saturn Death Cult, I'm very keen and very clear in making the distinction between what is Jewishness and what is Israelitish. And for a lot of people, many people, that's synonymous. But I point out that the first time that you see the word Jew in the Bible, they're at war with Israel.
Well, do you also make the distinctions with the Khazars and the whole Babylonian Talmud versus the?
Yeah, the Khazars, I'm fully in agreement that they furnish the, like Kursler said, 97% or so of the Ashkenazi strain of Jewish thought, Sephardic being the other part. But the Khazars are latecomers and to a certain extent victims of what I would call Babylonian Talmudism. And Babylonian Talmudism is a virulent strain of how can I put it? It's the sin of Eve. When Eve said, we should, the serpent told me we eat of that, the fruits of that tree, and that day we should be like God, knowing good from evil. A lot of people have thought that to mean that their innocence is gone, that they would know good from evil. But that's not how I read it. It is the idea she's having that humans, instead of God defining good and evil, and humans adhering to those definitions, that humans would in fact themselves take on the sovereign act of defining what is good and what is evil according to their own thought. Now Talmudism is exactly that. It's the discussion on the revealed word if one accepts it as revealed, but it is entirely filtered through the human idea of what is good and right. And that virulent strain was brought back from Babylon, and the Edomite influence that goes back to the conflict between Esau and Jacob and so on, married into that, so that by the time of Christ you had guys like Herod who were Edomites who couldn't even go into his own temple that he'd funded because of his foreign origins, even though he's related to Esau, who's a brother of Jacob and so on. These aspects of the difference between Esau and Jacob being magnified through their descendants in two forms, so that by the time of the sacking of the temple, Babylonian Talmudism is effectively poisoned by the Edomite desire to win back the birthright that was lost to the part of the family that Jacob represented. And that particular, that's really the battle that you see between the Sanhedrin and Christ that we speak of and so on. And by the 700s, the Khazars had fully taken on this particular understanding of that is related to Babylonian Talmudism, and they developed it from there. It's an idea that, well, to put it bluntly, and I think you understand, the connection.
Oh, I'm right here with you. Yeah.
It's an idea that spawned Bolshevism, and this is
Yes.
this is whereas the word Israel, or to be an Israelite, means simply to be a man ruled by God. And while a lot of people see that as man subjecting himself to an entity, a personality called God, it's really its objective meaning is a man ruled by the ideas of that which controls the universe. All right, in harmony. Okay, to put yourself into the harmony of the universe in terms of the ideas. Some of that is divinely revealed through the Bible, through other texts. One can, spend a lifetime studying that. But Babylonian Talmudism is, in my opinion, not one of those directions you want to go on. Kabbalah, that kind of thing. I think it's tainted.
I agree, because it imposes that false personality that you'll find. Well, they'll call it the demiurge, actually, that public mind that people default to, where the hypocrisy of the individual comes in, and the entire idea of knowing thyself to be known. Well, let me quote from Gospel of Thomas, which is, if your leaders, i.e. if your archons, tell you that the kingdom of heaven is in the sky, then the birds will get there before you. And if they tell you it's in the sea, the fish will get there before you. Mm-hmm. But I say it is within you and without you. And if you come to know yourself, then you will be known. And you will know that you are children of a living Father. But if you do not come to know yourselves, then you live in a poverty, and you are the poverty you live in. Mm-hmm. So you essentially have a person thinking that their understanding of good and evil, right and wrong, is worth something, and other people's understanding of good and evil, right and wrong, is worth nothing. So there's no exchange there. There's no possible exchange. Mm-hmm. of philosophical ethics.
Yeah. My understanding, the kingdom of God is a system. The Babylonian, or what even people call Tower of Babel, or Babel, depending on how you want to pronounce it, that is a adversarial system. Egypt, as a symbol in the Bible, is a system, once again, symbolic of a certain way of thinking. So it's the way we think that determines our actions, and the influences that develop our way of thinking is the battle that we engage in while we're in this earth. I have a faith that everything is restored in the end. That really this put all this down to experience. The futility of being anti what controls the universe, as opposed to being in harmony with what controls the universe. This is what we learn in what we call our lifetime. Here, that's what I think is fundamentally the explanation for even why we have good and evil, as people perceive it. But getting back to the Khazar influence and so on like that, if I were to use one word to describe it all, it's Bolshevism.
I'm having that experience of understanding, but not having the words to express it necessarily, because it's a profound concept. But yeah, where you've got a collective kind of ideology, mm-hmm. that supersedes the individuals, the things that make them divine, as in mercy and compassion.
Yeah, I see where you're sort of going to sort of effectively a march towards mob thinking.
And just, and if you have a mob of people who are base, essentially just at the level that nature produces them,
Yeah.
that sort of a bestial, kind of consciousness that isn't curious about the world, that isn't self-criticizing, self-deprecating,
Yeah.
in a positive way, of course.
Well, you see, this is one of the reasons why I'm always keen on one-on-one or three at the most conversations, Jack, because when I see people engaged in live studio audience panel debates, it always degenerates into some form of row, that takes place. Whereas, and this is the case even with somebody who is a confirmed Bolshevik in their thinking, or at least somebody who sort of follows Talmudic Judaism. As individuals, you can have splendid conversations with these people. Get them in a group though, and forget about it. It ain't going to happen.
Troy, this is why I give everyone, even my enemies, unlimited eternal permission to speak on my behalf in my absence. And why I say nobody is wrong. There's at least one particle of possibly not wrong, all the way up to the highest acceptable truth. But any report coming from another being has to be given at least one particle of the possibility of not wrong.
Yeah, and this is the thing, Jack, that it comes back to, at the end of the day, we have to weigh all such things against weights and measures. Some of those weights and measures are philosophical or spiritual and such, but nonetheless, we're governed by weights and measures and how we perceive things. And when it comes to the logos, the idea, the word, the gnosis, depending on whatever it is, it's finding out what those weights and measures are, both in the physical, spiritual, intellectual realms. That is the challenge, I think, that we all face in terms of what anybody would call their journey, to spirituality, to knowledge, the religion, whatever it is. But this is why, looking back into that which has been written in the past is so fascinating for people like ourselves. It provides us with what other people have already experienced in terms of what we want to experience. And once we find a comfortable set of weights and measures by which to assimilate these ideas and such, that's where life becomes gratifying, I think.
Do you think, though, that possibly it's never going to be able to be quantified by the scientific method because there's a transcendent component that is totally subjective and has to do with the conscious self? And
just go back to the Greeks. Science will never be able to explain the irrational number of pi. All right, they will never get to the end. They will never have a definitive definition of pi, no matter what they do. Now, there's a writer that I used to read many years ago called John Michel, and he wrote a few sort of books on Gnostic thinking and such, particularly medieval type thinking, which gave me a sort of a very different perspective on, even arguments that are often laughed at, how many angels dance on the end of a pin. This kind of thinking. But what that opens up to me is that, and Sheldrake also in his book, The Science Delusion, sort of looks at this sort of, idea that there are, if you take something that is fundamentally, not fundamentally, but it is locked into a finite understanding. the finite can never understand the infinite,
Right.
but the infinite governs the finite.
Right.
You know.
Yes.
And
gotta wonder
science is a finite discipline.
We got to wonder where the heck Sheldrake comes in, because he might be one of the ones that actually remembers choosing to come here.
Yeah, he might be. He quotes Terence McKenna in the basic problem that many scientists have when it comes to the Big Bang sort of idea that they propagate. And Terence McKenna said very insightfully that the Big Bang is science's way of saying, give us one miracle and we'll figure out the rest.
I love that line.
Yeah, and that sums up the scientist in a nutshell. They're confronted all the time by the infinite, and yet they always seem to have to create an artificial finite construct. The classic example is Einstein's, sort of concept of the universal constant.
Go on.
Light being the universal constant.
Sure.
As such, and Sheldrake does a masterful, look at the fact that there is no constant. There is no single two measurements of light that are exactly the same.
And Thornhill actually does an effective job of putting that in terms that can be digestible for a material reductionist or somebody who's going to be have their sticking point be their absolute dogmatic faith in science.
Right. I've always suspected that Thornhill, Talbot, had more to them than just straightforward empirical theory and so on like that that you expect of scientists. Not so much Cardona. I think Cardona was a avowed atheist as such, but I could be proven wrong. I don't know these guys personally at all, but that's what I've picked up from them. Particularly Talbot. I think Talbot has a very spiritual element to his thinking.
You're not kidding.
Yeah.
Yeah. When I saw him at 2015, I swear to you, this is going to sound strange, but from about far out of range of vocal hearing from across the auditorium there, he said to me, "Do not pretend to be what you aren't."
Right.
And it was an admonishment, because I was getting carried away with myself in some way, or I don't know. I was just trying to be something, to be a part of the group and all that. I didn't fully feel like I belonged in their company. At this last conference, I went away having come to terms with that, and I thanked him for saying it to me. He didn't remember saying it to me, but he said it to me in like he said it to me telepathically. And this is a very short list of very strange experiences I've had, and there are not many of them, but that's one of them.
Yeah. Well, they're doing marvelous work, the Thunderbolts guys. I hope our sort of meeting and so on like that doesn't degenerate into some of the things I've seen happen in the past. With regards to this, video that we've done and such. But
I respect your concern, and I think as much as I'm around when any of that is happening, you just say Rumpelstiltskin or banana if it's going that way, and I'll do my best to understand.
Okay, I'll remember that one.
We'll have a safe word.
Safe word for it. Yeah, I mean, Ted has has his own approach to putting his case across, and you either can work with it or turns you off, to put it mildly.
Well, he comes at it from the negative
Yeah.
side of things. He contradicts instead of never contradict. Instead, remain silent.
Yeah. Let's face it, he's a belligerent.
Right.
I've known it right from the beginning. However, he's not a. I don't know necessarily if the likes of Ev Cochrane or Thornhill have provoked this in him, but he's not somebody to hold a grudge.
No, I've seen him change his mind. In fact, he's come along with me down some pretty interesting things, and he was, took him into his consideration in his own time, and came back to me later and had just evolved a little.
Oh, he's good fun to chat with. If you just want to sort of theorize about things and come up with certain things, I think
he's
Ted's
a great friend. Troy. He's really been one of my best friends ever since I met him at the conference. And he took me to this last conference, got me a hotel and and paid my admission, and because I wouldn't have gone otherwise. He's generous to a fault.
No, he's very good with that. He just
he's conditioned by people dissing him too often, and
totally, yeah.
He's defensive where he doesn't need to be.
He's put himself in situations like that. Through how he approaches things and so on. He's let's put it this way: he's the guy you want to have your back in a sticky situation. But he's also the kind of guy that can inadvertently create a sticky situation. And
well, look,
I can already see the seeds of it, of what's going on.
If he's talking about wanting a debate with Thornhill, okay, that's not the club. There, you don't see any debate. Any debate going on is going on very respectfully, one-on-one, in person.
Yeah.
Over drinks at the conference, it's
right.
So he gets defensive.
It's just an area to sort of hope that it doesn't sort of, I saw some pretty egregious stuff erupt between him and Ev Cochrane over email threads and so on, and it serves nobody. The fact is Ev Cochrane is as much to blame as Ted.
Absolutely. Two to tango. You just read my mind. It takes two to tango.
But hopefully things don't go that way. And as I said, I'm fully prepared for Wal Thornhill to just, put it, put our ideas to bed, 90% in terms of what we've sort of been working out. It'll never be a religious dogma for me in terms of what we've put out there. So my intention is to go away and see as much as what he has to say. I just hope that
we're close, and I've always been straightforward with Ted.
Yeah.
And as I say, we're close, and I have no problem letting him know, hey, you're being, it's like you're putting people off. So I can maybe help you and him find a way to keep your bailiwick.
I know what you mean.
So that it doesn't offend, because it isn't an offensive idea. It's actually really clever.
Yeah, and I think even Thornhill, in his sort of slightly dismissive way, has called it imaginative, and I don't think he means that totally in a sarcastic sense.
No.
But it's it's going to be interesting, and to be perfectly honest, I never thought I would be on one-on-one discussion with these guys when it came to something like this. So that itself is
you were
quite
so deferential to them. I could have said that way back when you were doing your interviews with Heinrich. This is somebody who gets it. This is somebody who is one of us, because you are so deferential, and you do acknowledge, these heretics, as it were.
Right.
Your
Yeah,
right, your Ralph Jurgensens and your Hannes Alvins
that's
and
right.
all
Yeah.
of them. I mean, look, that have been put to the stake. Let's go back to the Roman Empire thing. They're like Cathar prefects, being burned alive.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, it happens throughout history, doesn't it? And such. But oh no, it's been immensely gratifying, and I must say I had a bit of a celebratory drink after Don's comments. Um, uh, I felt very good after hearing those, and I guess in some respects life has its moments like that.
I'm really excited. I in no way want to ride your coattails or anything like that, but I would like to help you in any way I can, and I think you deserve.
Oh,
Uh,
I think we should be exploring a production of some kind. Um,
I prefer
the
to be behind the scenes, to tell you the truth.
well, I mean, the kind of filmmaking that I'm talking about, it's mostly done by the guys behind the scenes and such. So, in terms of, you got to go through the whole process, not only of making the film, but its distribution and marketing and such. So, if we could sort of just chat and just decide, and I think it's got to be done in light of how things develop over the next 2 weeks, maybe month, in terms of this thread of debate
Well,
with Wall and co.
Mark is the ultimate behind the scenes guy. While you keep it academic with the academics, there are people like myself and Mark Span and Jean. Gosh, I can't think of her last name. Jean Hafner, and they are real good at making these. And Susan Sherratt. These are the ones who make sure that resources flow.
Okay.
And yeah, so I'm going to get you in touch with Mark Span, and I guess I'll just give him your email. He left me a message last night or night before. So it's like of course, I'm not making any promises. I can't speak for anybody.
Of course.
But my sense of it is that the time has come. And Eduardo complained to me personally. I even have him on video saying, "Yeah, it's another year, another conference, same old shit." Of course.
Well, you got to tell me, what was he like as somebody in the flesh?
Very warm, very
Yeah.
I'll you'll sooner or later see those short little video clips I have with him. But yeah, he's like just a very sweet man. He made me feel like he was an old good friend I hadn't met yet. He was just totally just let me all the way in and was willing to entertain I wanted to take him up on the balcony and frame a shot for him to talk.
Yeah.
And that actually, he appears in the 2014 retrospective kind of photo album that we did with Michael Steinbacher, and that's on the Thunderbolts thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so like Michael, it's got my photos and Michael's in there, but I didn't want to screw things up. So I'm like, we'll just credit Michael for all the photos, and we'll put, video by me at the end. And that just, so, because, people want to have acknowledgement, and Michael Steinbacher deserved it. The man was indefatigable in his love of catastrophism, and he could see things in the landforms. How much are you into the electric universe geology, by the way?
Well, yeah, I mean, I've read, I'd have to say that the first book on the Velikovsky stuff after Ages and Chaos was more, I read Earth and Upheaval before I read Worlds in Collision. And so, yes, I've had an interest in the geological side of things, and I clash with Ted on a lot of his Martian anomalies ideas, where I see electrical activity, he sees civilization. and such. But yeah,
All right. Well, go ahead. Go on.
yeah, no. The geology side of things is fundamental in many respects.
Well, think about this, Troy. Your data stream, as it were, of perception is not Ted's data stream of perception. So you could be looking at the same thing, and they call it pareidolia, but
Yes.
that's I think that's an aspersion on individual on the value of any individual subjective report.
Yeah. Well, on that issue, I've told Ted many times, I want to see a photo of the same object from two different angles at least. My biggest problem with a lot of the Mars stuff is we have no reference of scale. And because cameras are, in fact, an area that I would claim a certain amount of expertise, it's the lack of depth of field issues in the images that make me believe that where Ted sees vast vistas of territory covered, I'm seeing foreground.
He's not wrong. It's just that's not what I see also. But so he always gets from me, "You're not wrong."
You're right. Oh no, I'm convinced that it's a worthwhile look into the idea of civilizations on Mars, and I've tried to, I've said to Ted that maybe a lot of what you're seeing is actually electrically fossilized objects. All right, because I'm a great believer in instant fossilization. As far as wherever you get the electrical atmospheric bursts, you can get this effect. Petrification of any organic substance can take place where highly electrostatic environments exist.
Troy, I found a snake's head in the backyard. It is literally a glassified snake's head with the scales are visible, the skull, and the eye is actually got a second mineral. It could just be dirt, but it's taken on the shape of the actual slitted eye, and it's a different mineral.
Yeah, and where are you? You're in Albuquerque, aren't you?
I'm in Albuquerque. Right? This thing found me. It was like some kind of. It's like it's evidence for morphic resonance, and it's evidence for this instantaneous vitrification. And yeah, man, I'll definitely have it with me at the conference. It'll blow your mind.
Yeah. Well, I think, one of the things that, I'd like to do is, iron out a few things before I attempt this sort of Saturn nebula video I've got in mind, just to avoid some of the, the way things were done with this last video, coming to the fore again.
Okay, speaking of which, what are you working in for your 3D package?
Oh, I simply take the DAS Studio one where I buy models, existing models, rather than modeling itself, and then I adapt, and then basically it's labor. How can I say? It's computer intensive when it comes to actually creating video. Some of those sequences that you see in the video took a couple of days to render out.
Yeah, sure. No, I'm actually an expert in all that stuff.
All right, right.
What kind of files can you save those at? The whole scene, because I've got some of the higher end.
Right. I always do them as PNGs, as a batch of individual frames.
Oh no! I mean the models themselves.
Oh, what files?
Can you export it to say 3D Studio Max or DXF? Or
I think they've got plugins for that, Jack.
Because we could share. You could give me some work to do. You give you give me your models, and I can do the rendering or work from.
Do you work in 3D Max? Do you?
I don't work in 3D Studio Max, but I can work with 3D Studio Max files, and we could use that as a means of sharing. Because
I mean, if what you're suggesting, if I've got it right, I can send literally rough mock-ups to be polished,
Absolutely.
Do you know what I
Although we
mean?
both might want to transition over to Blender, which is open source.
Yeah, I
And
do like Blender. I know of it. I've never, you know, I am one of these kind of guys that tends to sort of once I've got my rig set up, I find it very difficult to migrate to other platforms.
it is very difficult. It's a
Mm.
huge undertaking.
Yeah, just to get your head around a lot of things. But I do know Blender. Have dabbled in it in the past. 3D Bear Studio just gives me shortcuts to the, for me, it's about telling the story rather than building the models. And they give me a lot of shortcuts in their business model in how to give you the, the objects ready made. And, then you can adapt from there. And to be perfectly honest, a lot of the, space stuff is actually some of the easiest stuff to animate.
Just like the way you did your camera blurs and depth of field, and the way
Oh, right. No, that's all done in. I use Cyberlink Power Director now. I'm an old Final Cut Pro guy from when I used to work in the industry. When it came to
visually
that,
you're not you're using very simple things to tell something to the viewer. In other words, there's an expositional quality to the way the camera's blurring.
yeah, it gives people that sense of actually something having observed. Yeah.
I really liked your. I've actually watched it probably at least a dozen times now.
Right.
And you took me to school on communicating visually.
Well, if I have a forte, that's it, Jack. I love working with cameras and being on movie sets, but editing film language is actually sort of the thing that comes most natural to me. Doing that kind of stuff, it's labor intensive. But now I've got the gear where I'm not looking at rendering times like I used to. I can play around with this stuff, and you just see how things look in other things, and you once you know what your palette is, off you go.
It's a poor artist who blames his tools, and you've taken a very minimal tool and like really just completely done everything that needed to be done with it. And I'm in awe, actually.
Well, the guys I learned from, it was back in the days when it literally was done with smoke and mirrors. Some of the guys I learned from actually ended up on the set of what you call him, Peter Jackson. Why is it gone out of my mind? Lord of the Rings.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, they ended up on there, and I got talking to them last time I was back in New Zealand. A couple of guys who worked on that, and they were saying that
you mean the Weta,
not Weta Workshop,
okay.
but the actual in the field guys that were hired to go on location.
Awesome.
And such, and they were doing things like shooting through glass. The funeral pyre scene, I think in the third movie. Very little digital effect. It was all shooting through glass with a four-fly.
Right, where Pippin is being held over the fire. It's actually a reflected flame.
Yeah.
Yeah, actually, I've watched. I have the extended cut with all of those massive. That's like a film school in a box. Those.
Yeah, totally. And they were doing the sound guys, because I cut my teeth in sound before I even moved on to cameras and so on like that. And the way that they were describing, how they were, how they were catching certain sounds that were going to be at such a low level, but they were being introduced into what you call the wild sound, and it was just enough to just, I love that stuff. I love that kind of creativity.
Oh, I noticed what you did in your video. What might be mistaken for some kind of modulated theremin is actually the Cassini recorded radio.
Oh yeah, noise. Totally. Yeah, it's all NASA's images. I took it because it's copyright free, and you can
kind of a giant space theremin.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. When it's transposed and in terms of all that kind of stuff. But no, it's good fun. I'm probably at my happiest when I'm pottering away on something like that, even more so than the 3D creative, the 3D studio sort of stuff. I use that to basically create the wild footage. And then once you've got your, once you have your pictures, it's like Robert Rodriguez Film School. If you can see it playing out in front of your mind, all you got to do is go out and get those pictures.
I just watched those, Robert Rodriguez advice to it.
Yeah, the 10-minute film school.
Yeah.
Yeah. And, he's what?
He's right.
Oh, yeah, totally. I think Rodriguez is, it's not profound in the sense that it's not unknown, but, articulating the idea that if you're creative, you can become technical, but if you're only technical, it's very difficult to learn creative. And you've got to learn what your limits are in the creative fields and so on like that. But, nonetheless, if you can see the story playing out in front of your eyes, then simply filmmaking is a job of going and getting those pictures. And nowadays, we, especially with the topics we're covering, we can get those pictures without lugging a camera up some mountain somewhere or, hiring expensive
what I
actors.
was doing. I've gotten totally carried away with the technical side and having it be sophisticated enough to reach people when it isn't that at all. The message needs to be clear enough.
It's it is its own language. And crikey, if the last I don't know, when did we release this now? Is it a couple of weeks ago, 2-3 weeks ago? And that, we've had more feedback than all the other stuff combined, including my Satin Death Cult. So it's a powerful medium.
Well, when you put it up there, I instantly took it and put it in a private message to Ben Gedlow, Dave Talbot, Wal Thornhill, Susan Sherratt, Neil Thompson, and Julian West.
Yeah,
and I just started getting answers back. I got one from Julian West yesterday. I knew, looking at that, it had all the flavor of remembering the end of the world.
Oh yeah. That was a great effort on there.
Yeah, so it's awesome because they can really that's going to shoot them straight in the heart as far as you're speaking their language.
Yeah, well, I mean, obviously they're an influence. Not only just in the the theoretical sense, but also in the graphic sense. I've watched their stuff over and over again, and if there's one thing that Cardona suffered from in his books, he didn't have the greatest illustrator to get across some of his ideas.
No, that's what he was. He had a kind of a notorious. He had the notoriety for being the sleeping pill academic book guy.
yeah, I can imagine. Yet to me, his stuff was mana. Even more so than I've got to say, even more so than Talbot and Velikovsky and so on. My Cardona books are barely being held together through having been used and read through so many times. Wow. I didn't tell Ted. I don't know why. But my last, I've had 2 exchanges now with Wild, and they, just a one-on-one sort of basis, more as an introduction. I haven't debated with him. The only thing I've mentioned theoretically is I wanted his feedback on the electrolysis idea of oxygen generation and so on. But because he's largely the guy who inspired me on this world of life being incubated inside the plasma bubble of a brown dwarf star. But I offered. He said that he's got things that he has to do, and he'd love to write a book, and he just hasn't got the workload. I've offered, if there's any way graphically or video wise I can help them on that level as well. So we'll see where that goes.
Okay, same here for if you want to increase your productivity, I could easily go under your direction in a knowledgeable way.
Yeah.
That would be satisfactory for us both, because we're clearly both digital media production guys.
Well, do you know what I think we should do, Jack? Then I will look at what Wal has written. I've got that to assimilate over the next, I think, week or so. All right. But then I thought I might put together a schematic script on this, life under a brown dwarf star sort of idea. And I'll send that to you, and we can sort of brainstorm ideas, what we think we're capable of achieving.
Okay, we call that a storyboard in the U.S.
Yeah, well, yeah. Certainly. I mean, that's we can go down that approach as well. We can storyboard stuff out. But if we get just a basic idea of the story we're trying to tell, and take it from there, we'll see where this leads us.
If there's anything I could do to help, I'll do it.
Yeah, you can sit on the other end of this, line here, and we can brainstorm over a preliminary script. I think that's where we can start.
Well, also, speaking of this line, as I've said, positive disintegration, which is it's a psychiatric theory attributed to this fellow Dabrowski going back to 1969 or 69. And it's, I won't go into it too much, but it has to do with people become what we look at as a neuropathology, i.e. alienation of the individual, has to do with their personal growth into their higher self, as it were. And so they're naturally going to be alienated, ostracized, and otherwise. The more visionary they are, or the more they're kind of facing the contradictions. Oh shoot, I've opened this can of worms. Say a level 1, this is somebody who operates in such a low level of consciousness that unjust laws and so forth, they follow them without question. Right. So, and then there's 5 levels of development, but that's not important. But you could kind of use this channel as a place to meet up via these Google Hangouts.
Okay. I mean, I've got a handle on it and so on. I think I've sort of worked out how to get back to it again. What I'll do is I'll definitely email you, and just get something down on paper over the next couple of weeks.
Okay.
And we'll just see what sort of level of production. One of the problems with filmmaking is often people tend to get how can I say it, overly ambitious in what they're trying to achieve. And you can end up sort of doing something that's going to take you 5 years to get to a level.
Yeah,
that's
I'm
acceptable.
not going to do anything that we haven't agreed and understand. So we just do it once, and we both know what we're doing and expecting. So
yeah, well, we'll take it from there and see what transpires. But I think I owe it to the guys on the Thunderbolts guys. Well, basically, I owe it to Wal and these guys to take a second look, especially at some of the comments that are coming our way, and take it from there as well.
Oh yeah, enjoy it. By the way, that's awesome. Yeah, and see, I'm not going to go and get too drilled down into that sort of thing. I have a life going on where I'm aspiring to get a fine arts degree, which would be not necessarily in this order, but a bachelor's in philosophy and a master's in art history.
Okay.
or the other way around. And to that end, I'm moving to Arizona to be closer to family that can help me support me in this undertaking. But
Cool.
I also, I don't mind being an unsung contributor in the ascent of mankind.
Oh, it's often the best place to be in, actually, and that sort of just pottering away in the back, being sort of the back room is often where the real stuff is done.
I don't need anybody to sing my praises. It's like I'm just honored to be able to, and I'm very lucky to have the ability to even perceive.
It's exciting. It's exciting to be involved in all this at any level.
Right, and at some stage, the whole thing's going to tip over, and people. I mean, because think about it. When did you tell me your story of how you kind of figured out that the entire edifice of theoretical science was wrong? Oh, well, maybe not wrong, but
that one could actually question what you were being taught by the authorities. I mean, it does go back to that anecdote I told you about with Spallinger. Screaming at me, I don't do Velikovsky. Naturally, of course, you can read the theories and things like that, but it's the predictive quality.
Yes.
To be perfectly honest, the point where I thought, yep, they've got it right, was when I saw the Giotto probe smashed into that comet and such, and I watched the live. Yeah, I watched the live audio, the live panel. Totally blown away. Nothing of what they thought actually happened, and I was aware of what had been said about the electric universe, even at that particular point in time. And funny enough, this was actually the electric. I came across the Thunderbolts group through following certain religious discussions, and that because there are many people involved in biblical studies that are looking to see if there's a way to marry what we know in science with the Genesis account, and that's also sort of my area, ancient Egypt history and its mythology. And the Giotto experiment, when it flashed like it did, I would say that's where I thought this goes beyond Velikovsky theory. These guys have got it right.
Yeah, I've been working on some graphics to animate the story of how Wall told us what would happen with the Rosetta mission when they launched the little Philae lander.
That's right.
And at first they report back, that it fired, it misfired, and then it bounced. All of us who knew what was going on already knew that was going to happen.
Yeah.
And then suddenly they said, "Oh, well, the harpoon didn't fire." Bullshit! It didn't fire. It did exactly what Wall said it would do. It was fired and it bounced right the hell off.
Yeah, because it's probably a piece of Mars or something that they landed on. But the and just to expand on your question, Comet Shoemaker Levy smashing into Mars, smashing into Jupiter, was also one of those moments where it's sort of like after all the debates against Velikovsky and such that I was well aware of and such. Well, there was evidence that yes, comets do crash into planets, and I just saw the hypocrisy on a lot of his detractors, guys like Carl Sagan, other people whose names don't come to mind at the moment, Asimov, and so on. These guys went through exactly that phase that George Bernard Shaw talked about. Schopenhauer talked about. The three stages of the acceptance of the truth. First they laugh, then they fight, then they act as if it was self-evident.
Right.
So yeah, it's been a long process, but
We always knew that.
yeah, I got back into the full study of this probably when my father died, and I left Hong Kong. So I've been full on at it now for the last 10 years. But it's always been churning away, even since my university days. Just the basic idea that the gatekeepers and the authorities, they don't have it all.
Well, I think every individual is their own worst enemy as far as being a gatekeeper.
Yeah, yeah, we can. That's what you have to guard against. I'm afraid, is when you take a pretext.
Right. I go back to Socrates, and I've been studying the Apology of Socrates by Plato, and knowing that you know nothing is really a point you're never going to step off from.
Yeah. Judge the wisest man because he realized he knew nothing. Yeah, that's that's what you've always got to keep in mind. It's just like in the martial arts. There's always somebody tougher than you.
That one of the Gurdjieff's advice for his daughter was recognize that there is someone superior to you.
Yeah, even if it's a temporal time, a period of time.
Even if it's you that's superior to you.
Yeah, a thought or whatever. It can be a moment in time, not necessarily an absolute. It's out of the mouths of babes can come wisdom. So, keep your mind open to wherever it comes from. I got to commend Don Scott for that.
Don, he is him and Anise, his wife. I don't know if I'm saying her name right. Anise.
Yeah, Anise. Yeah.
They're the warmest. I mean, everybody. These things are really great, but they're so gentle and they're so sweet, and they're funny and lighthearted. Especially Don.
Well, that's great to hear because he's taken a pasting from some of these mainstream types in the past, and it would be very difficult not to become cynical with some of the stuff that he's had to deal with.
Anybody who stood back and listened to him with disinterest would be like, "That sounds right to me." I'm lucky because I didn't. It wasn't until much later in life that I went to college. It was just art school training, like desktop production and like photo mechanical transfers and the old school print shop production.
All right. Yeah.
Yeah. So I learned that back in the early '90s before computers had really come on.
Right.
So the Quark Express days.
The old bromide days.
Yeah. I mean, and we were learning, how to use PageMaker and things like this, but we're also making photo mechanical transfers. We're also doing, Ruby Lith.
All right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
they're good groundings to have. In some respects, I think that people who haven't had the hands-on stuff as part of their background and have only known a digital world, it's going to be tough for them.
I was going somewhere. I had an idea that I don't know where I was going with that. I started off with Don. Oh well, I probably shouldn't have poured myself a glass of bourbon. And it's morning time here.
You're in Albuquerque, right? That's Breaking Bad country.
I'm in Albuquerque. Yes, Breaking Bad. We've got hi. What's his name? Heisenberg.
Yeah.
Did you ever watch the series?
I think I watched. Yes, I did. Yeah, I watched at least the first 2 or 3 series. Seasons. and such like that. Yeah, it was fascinating stuff. Some very dubious moral stuff going on, but it was it was fairly interesting.
That's
There's
that's
a
the
big hit.
title. And you think you know bad? They're Breaking Bad.
Yeah, yeah. But I don't know. In your opinion, was the general atmosphere, something you recognized in Albuquerque?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And yeah, but I've been on that side of the tracks, uh, and have always stuck to my guns that doing any particular substance, it is not what a man puts in his mouth that defiles him, but what comes out.
Hmm.
And that you could stand on principle and defy things like um, uh, immoral drug laws. And just because you were making certain personal choices didn't mean you had to throw out the baby with the bathwater and become untrustworthy and a liar and all these other things. And that
Yeah.
was been met with mixed um, uh, responses. But people are, I think that if people could have all the drugs and alcohol they wanted, they wouldn't want any more. Eventually they get bored with it and move on to more important things.
Right. Yeah. Well, it does depend on the personality. I do sense that there are addictive personalities in certain areas where it can lead to a form of self-destruction. But the show itself, you always wonder when it's about when you meet somebody who's from an area of a popular show, whether or not it reflects, the general atmosphere. Because, I've seen a couple of things shot from New Zealand where I grew up, and some of them are ridiculous that you just don't, that's just not how it is. And of course, other stuff they get it absolutely correct.
No,
I
they
just
got it
wondered.
spot on. It is
Yeah.
pure Albuquerque, the good and the bad.
Right.
Which
Interesting.
is great. Where are you,
Yeah.
by the way? Do you like have a family in England there? Or?
No, what happened was when my father died, I went back to New Zealand. My mother was left on her own, and she had always wanted to go back to, family origins, which were England. And so I helped to do that. And the two of us have ended up back here, where we've spent the last 4 years re-establishing ourselves in the UK. I'm in a place called March, which is a small little village in Cambridgeshire. I'm about 40 miles away from Cambridge, the university town. And yes, I love it around here. The history is amazing, and the access to the stuff that I'm interested in is, it's there for me.
That is fantastic.
I spent most of my time in Hong Kong as a bachelor.
Well, that's great that
After I left school, anyway.
That's cool. I just I appreciate that you were able to give your mom a new start.
Oh, well, it was just something that my father, being what it was, just didn't want to live in the UK. My mother never wanted to leave it, so it was an opportunity for her to be able to get back, and I'm glad we did it. It's been good for both of us.
Yeah, that's cool. I've not been over there, but my aunt is I have a cousin in Scotland, cousin Tommy.
Passmore's a very Scottish name, isn't it?
Yeah.
Mm.
And we're supposed to, if we ever get the chance, go back and visit him.
Yeah.
She's been back a couple times with siblings of mine.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, I appreciate what you're saying. And my mom is deceased, and my dad's a shrink down in Ruidoso here, which is kind of a resort town here in New Mexico.
All right.
But that's really neat. I didn't know much of your personal details, but
yeah, I mean, essentially, I was born in South Africa, brought up in New Zealand, left New Zealand to forge a career in filmmaking in Hong Kong. Fantastic experience. Spent nearly 20 years there, and then life changed, and I found myself back in New Zealand, and ultimately making the journey to re-establish myself in the UK. So that is about it. And that last 10-year period since my father's death is where I've, I guess you could say, gotten serious about all of this electric universe sort of stuff.
Well, you've got more power in your hits than you may realize, because trust me, I'm an expert audience for the alt science kind of stuff,
right?
And not to be like giving out solicitous compliments, but you have the chops.
You think so?
Yeah, and that's not to curry favor or anything. It's like
no. I take it for what it is, and thank you very much. I do see myself as a dilettante, Jack. A part-timer, an amateur. But that's nice to know.
I didn't know that it was called that. I always just called myself an autodidact. Or
all right.
Yeah. That's still at it.
Good God. It's Ted. He's back into it. Yeah, I actually do have to sort of wrap up, Ted. But yeah, no, we've had a good chat for a while. Crikey, what is it now? How long have we been at this?
It's been a while. So you guys started all this around 9 o'clock or so, and then by my time, it's been 3 hours. It's been
Oh, we've done the same, Ted.
That's pretty good. The one last thing is Ted could testify that I was catching some flack for defending flat earthers at the conference.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Well, at least they're like picking up a different paradigm, and they're not wrong. If you look at the Bardo Thodol, if you look at the Tibetan Book of the Dead, we could be standing realm to realm, depending on which person is located in their conscious mind.
Yeah. Have you ever picked up on Hollow Earth?
Oh, yeah, of course.
Yeah, I can remember sort of I had a flatmate who was a big one on that when I was just straight out of university.
Now, the thing that Jack's interested in, which may have some future in it, really is the question of Bigfoot. Are there any leftover hominids in the world?
Yeah, that is cool.
If I had to put money, I'm glad I don't have to put money on that one. If I had to put money on it, I would bet there were. It's like all of the evidence is, just word of mouth, right? But it's like there's too much of it, right? It's like it's anecdotal, right? It's like the evidence is all anecdotal, but it's like a scale of 1 to 10 for anecdotal evidence. It's good,
Yeah.
Pretty
well,
good.
I mean, I think there's as much to it as our use of mythology for a Saturn theory.
Yeah.
Hey, I got to ask you then, just before I do have to get going, Jack. Then, if what Ted's saying about the Bigfoot thing, have you ever come across Dave Pallady's work with the missing 411?
Oh yeah, of course.
Yeah, what's your view on that? Because I'm very new to that.
That it's creepy as hell, and if you're going to go in the forest, go ahead and bring a satellite phone and a gun and a friend.
And make sure you're never the last or the front guy.
Right.
Yeah. But what I mean,
that's a can of worms I thought about opening with the Dandravini thing and all that. And Ted is showing how he is totally capable of moving his opinion, because previously he was a kind of a holdout that I will not believe it until I see one in a cage. Right. And I've convinced him that this could be an entire thing, and where people, well, I don't want to go into it, but yeah, Ted didn't used to be so willing to concede that there could be a Bigfoot.
Do you think though that there's any connection to that and these disappearances at Pallady's? Because I know he comes out of the Bigfoot community.
I think personally that there are wild people, and that the government is systematically protecting them from being known, as it were,
Right.
as a fact, as a matter of fact, by the general population.
Okay,
So,
what,
so Paulides basically holds to the idea that the Bigfoot thing is tribal, right? And literally a form of Native American, with a slightly different DNA base and all that sort of stuff, rather than the idea that it's a leftover ape or part of the ape species.
it existed all Troy. It's a leftover hominid and a large one. You see,
Yeah.
like Neanderthal was the Eskimo hominid family. Neanderthals, I don't think ever got much more than 6 feet.
Yeah.
Some of the hominid bones that you find, like in North America, you're talking about 10 or 12 feet.
Yeah.
Okay? Like
Yeah, I'd have to go with Ted on that. I'd say because of the nocturnal nature of them, they see in the dark.
Okay,
Yeah.
and there's another thing, Troy, which
Mhm.
says that, like, humans are basically a prey animal. So it's like, I mean, we tend to have numbers, right? Like you would find in a herd of zebras or wildebeest or something like that, right? Whereas predators don't ever have the numbers of the kind of populations. In other words,
Yeah.
the population of predators is always going to be some tiny fraction of that of prey animals.
That pack at the most, rather than
They say there were never more than 10 or 12,000 Neanderthals on the planet at one time.
right.
So
Hey, you guys, can we actually save this as a topic for maybe a 1 hour conversation a week from now?
That would be great. Because actually, I do have to take off. And
But yeah, we're starting off on something that deserves
Yeah.
deserves a fresh look.
no, I'd like to do that. I'd like to do that. It's an area I'm fresh to, and particularly the Dave Paulides sort of angle to it. That would be fascinating to talk about.
So let's do it. We'll email and we'll figure out a time where we can sit down and talk about Bigfoot.
Sounds good.
All right.
All right. Well, look, I better sign off now. Ted, I'll catch you later. Did you get your email sent off to Well?
no, I've been out at church here for like the second session.
Right.
So I've basically, I've had like a whole church service, the amount of time you guys have been talking. So,
Mhm.
plus,
Okay.
Hey, this hangout is going to stay open till it closes. So if either
Okay.
one of you want to come back or send a link to anybody, they could just get on and be like, Jack, are you there? And if
Yeah.
I happen to be in the room with this laptop, it'll still be open.
Okay. Cool.
So
But
it's a
otherwise,
room. Think of it as a room.
Yeah, the Bigfoot idea, and I mean, it's very, it's applicable even, Jack, to what we were talking about, production of
It's something
a
that can draw
Saturn.
a lot of people to look at our YouTube channel.
Hmm.
Because there's a whole lot of people know what the Bigfoot is, right? It's like everybody has to start from scratch with Ganymede.
Right.
Everything has to fit into a cosmology because it is everything.
Right. Okay.
Anyway, guys, I'll say good evening, as it is over here.
Troy, thank you so much. It's so great to talk to you, and this will be a memory that will not fade quickly.
Oh, look, Jack, pleasure's mine, and thank you for all your comments and likewise. Ted, I'll catch you later as well.
Take care.
All right, then. Have a good one. Bye.
Jack, I'm going to leave this thing up, and I'm going to put the speaker on mute.
Okay, he dropped out. It's just you and me now.
But I'm going to put the speaker on mute here, and I've got other things to be doing for a while. But
you're going to stay here in the room, as it were.
I'm
right here. You can think of a Google Hangout as like a virtual room.
Yeah, that's what I'm going to do, Jack. I'm going to put the speaker on mute, and I'm not going to hang the call up.
I'm going to email a link to this room to Mark Span and see if he comes along.
Okay.
Okay, cool. I'm right here if you need me.
Right. Bye-bye.
Hey, Mark, it's Jack. Thanks for giving me a call. I just got off an extended conference call with, or a Google Hangout with Troy and Theodore Holden, and Troy McLaughlin, and I told them that I was going to put you in touch with them, especially Troy, uh, because you were one of these important behind-the-scenes people with Thunderbolts and all that, and connection back to Susan and to Gene Hafner or whoever. So I have a new phone number. All right, it's 505 304 8442. Make a note of that number, 505 304 8442, because this phone will be turned off in the indeterminate future. And I hope you're doing well, and I'm very glad to hear from you. And so please call me when you can, or send me an email, and we'll hook back up. Take care, my friend. Oh, anybody join the call? Okay, I see Ted is still in here. All right, well, any weird sounds that anybody hears on this recording, this is just me hanging out by myself. So, oh, wait. I guess that's where you get into having to worry about what the microphone picks up copyright protected wise. I may mute my mic. So if you join the call and it seems like nobody's here, well, you won't have gotten this message anyway. All right. Gosh, I feel like inviting somebody. I'm so lonely.
With no water, while Callisto, which has water.
There's a thought. And here we go. This is a what we all were chatting about in this conversation. If this video is ever made public, you will now know after the fact what the heck we were talking about. Oh, I gotta have to unmute this.
The sun the 8 recognized planets that form our solar system. Jupiter, the grandest of all of the Sun's planets, a gas giant so large every other planet could easily fit inside its vast bulk. Jupiter has 67 moons, 4 of them being large terrestrial moons. Jupiter is a virtual mini-solar system within the Sun's own solar system. A new theory suggests Jupiter may once have been a minor star in its own right, originally locked in a binary-like relationship with the Sun, with only the small planet Mercury present at that time amongst the other 7 planets that we see in the solar system today. This theory suggests that before the arrival and capture of at least 5 other alien planets, Jupiter orbited the Sun as a brown dwarf star, its position much closer into the Sun than it is today, in an orbit that placed it well within the Sun's habitable zone, and made possible the idea that at least 3 of Jupiter's current ice moons may have once been warm liquid water worlds, spectacularly conducive to the existence of life as we know it. As outlandish as this theory sounds to mainstream scientific thinking, the idea that Jupiter and its neighboring gas giant Saturn may be failed stars is not new. More than a few scientists have speculated that both planets share similar characteristics with brown dwarf stars, a class of substellar object that is believed to have not accumulated enough mass in its core to spark the nuclear fusion reaction supposedly needed to transform them into stars like our Sun, or so the theory goes. Yet Jupiter, and Saturn for that matter, both display undeniable star-like qualities not expected of planets. Both radiate more energy than they receive from the Sun. Jupiter displays intense aurora activity at both poles, as does Saturn. Jupiter is warmer at its poles than at its equator, as is Saturn. Jupiter emits X-rays and radio waves, a trait of regular stars and brown dwarf stars. Saturn's rings have been seen to fairly crackle with electrical activity on occasion, and both planets are very fast rotators, like the Sun. All this suggests that both Jupiter and Saturn share more in common with the formation of brown dwarf stars than they do with the accepted model of planetary formation, which claims all planets are accreted fragments of inert dust and gases found in a star's primordial circumstellar disk. In fact, so unexpectedly star-like are these 2 planets that, on closer inspection, their physical and dynamic compositions are obviously at odds with the accretion of this model, a model that mainstream science says is responsible for the diverse and oddly different physical makeups of the 8 known planets that currently orbit the Sun. A comparison between Jupiter and a brown dwarf star can serve to illustrate the feasibility of such an assessment, that is, that Jupiter may have started out life as a brown dwarf, and that this brown dwarf may have enjoyed a much closer and warmer relationship to the Sun in times past. Brown dwarf stars are difficult objects for scientists to classify. Being much cooler than main sequence stars like our Sun, they are hard to detect in the outer reaches of space when using standard optical astronomy equipment. To the naked eye, a brown dwarf star does not look brown at all. In fact, it will most likely appear as a cool red or glowing magenta colored body due to the spectrum of light it produces, and be enveloped with a turbulent, dense, gaseous atmosphere very similar to a gas giant planet. The sizes of brown dwarf stars also pose a problem to many scientists. There is debate as to when an object stops being a gas giant planet and becomes a brown dwarf star. A contributing factor to this problem is the confusion often generated by mistaking mass for volume. A brown dwarf star may appear to be roughly the size of planet Jupiter, but hold much more mass or material, while on the other hand, A different brown dwarf star may appear to be hugely larger or more voluminous than a planet like Jupiter, but be only the same size in terms of its material mass. A solution to this problem can be illustrated by the size of Jupiter's own intrinsic magnetosphere, which is the most powerful within the solar system. So large is Jupiter's magnetosphere that if it was rendered as an opaque glowing object in our night sky, it would appear to us to be the size of our full moon. Jupiter's magnetosphere is, of course, transparent.
Call Cindy
An
Elham.
electrical consequence of its position within the Sun's even more massive magnetosphere, commonly called the heliosphere.
Shortening. Calling CDL.
However, if Jupiter were placed outside of the influence of the Sun's heliosphere, that is, into the reaches of interstellar space, where most free-floating brown dwarf stars are found, its magnetosphere would most likely take on more opaque properties, especially when spotted by optical telescopes. The effect would be to massively increase the visible size of Jupiter without increasing its mass. Probably the most startling effect of this hypothetical scenario is that Jupiter's four major rocky moons, Io, Europa, Ganymede, and Callisto, would all be optically hidden inside this opaquely glowing magnetosphere. Effectively, if Jupiter's energy output was scaled up to that of a brown dwarf star, then its moons would essentially take on the status of being planets. Planets that are encapsulated inside this cocoon-like bubble that would optically hide them from the greater cosmos. That brown dwarf stars might have their own planets is a concept contradicted by modern scientific models for planetary formation. Theoretically, there is simply not enough material or mass in a brown dwarf star's circumstellar disk to allow for planetary formation by accretion. That is according to current thinking. Yet, in a sensational and recent development, 3 Earth-like planets have been found orbiting the star TRAPPIST-1, some 40 light years away. As already noted, because most brown dwarf stars glow in the heliosphere, they are very difficult to spot by optical means. The use of radio and infrared astronomy techniques are better suited to spotting brown dwarfs, but the powerful magnetospheres surrounding these objects can disguise their true size and mass, and may be hiding many terrestrial-like moons from observers. According to the electric universe model, it is most likely that a plasma bubble or a plasma sheath will form around the magnetosphere of an interstellar brown dwarf star, making it even more difficult to assess its actual size and mass, and also adding to the opaqueness surrounding such an object and any moons orbiting it. Because the electric universe model accepts the existence of electrical fields in space, it is perfectly feasible that plasma, a fourth state of matter that makes up over 95% of the visible universe, will form a protective sheath around any electrically charged, free-floating object in space. This protective plasma sheath will take on variable opaque properties when electrically excited by the divergences in interstellar electrical fields, and this will add to the visible size of the object it is surrounding. This is in accordance with Irving Langmuir's discoveries in the electrical sciences and the nature of plasma, and it helps explain the observable variances between the sizes and masses of brown dwarf stars. According to electric universe principles, we actually see this effect in action when lesser electrically charged comets enter into the sun's own stronger electrical field from the depths of space and begin to glow brightly while seemingly massively increasing in size. Mainstream science outrightly rejects this and claims this is the effect of sublimating ice from the comet's surface as the sun's light heats it up. However, electric universe theory points to cometary fireworks as being electrical in nature, as the comet's overwhelmed electrical field reacts to the sun's far stronger electrical output, the so-called solar wind. In short, the growing number of large brown dwarf stars and so-called rogue gas giants sighted in interstellar space are most likely plasma sheath objects with large, dense, and fast-rotating cores at their centers, and possibly come complete with one or more moons orbiting those cores, but all hidden within the encapsulating plasma bubble. Again, if we were to render Jupiter's magnetosphere opaque, then all its own major moons would be hidden from us within this vast bubble. Jupiter, for all intents and purposes, would take on the look of any brown dwarf star known to exist today. A curious factor in the ongoing search for exosolar systems like our own is that we have yet to discover an alien solar system even remotely configured like our own. Surprisingly, to mainstream science, our solar system appears to be the odd one out, and current theories that demand formation of gas giant planets at orbital distances matching our own gas giants are increasingly shown to be inaccurate with the discovery of so-called hot Jupiters. Hot Jupiters are gas giant planets with orbits far too close to their host stars to have been formed according to the accepted theories of planetary formation. But there are now so many of these hot Jupiters being discovered that it begs the question as to whether these theories are valid. It actually suggests that gas giant planets are more likely to be found either in close orbit or at much greater distances than accepted accretion theory allows. As we have also seen, the boundary between what is a gas giant planet and what is a brown dwarf star is somewhat blurred. So it is likely that some of these so-called hot Jupiters circling in close orbit to their host stars may, in fact, be brown dwarf stars. So, if Jupiter had started out life as a brown dwarf star, is there a case to make that it would have likely enjoyed a closer orbital relationship to the Sun in its distant past than it does today? In order to explore this question further, one is asked to consider that a closer orbit for Jupiter in the distant past must surely call for the absence of many of the other planets that we now see sharing the solar system of Jupiter, including Earth. This is probably the most outlandish aspect to this new theory suggesting Jupiter's past as a brown dwarf star. So is there any evidence to support the absence of the other planets at the time Jupiter is postulated to have been locked in a binary relationship with the Sun as a brown dwarf star? The current axial tilts of the planets orbiting the Sun today may offer an answer to this question. The solar system as we know it comprises 8 planets. 4 are rocky terrestrial bodies, with the remaining 4 being gas giants. Many of these planets have singular or collections of moons orbiting them. Of the 8 recognized planets, only 2 share an axial tilt in common with the Sun. That is, an upright celestial north-south.
Only one thing that everyone here knows for absolute 100%.
One day you will die. Is it like
No, not even that. Not
one day I will die. I know that for 100% certainty.
Right,
If you're gonna live, you're going to die. That's the nature of the beast.
Right.
That's what you believe, but you don't know that.
Come on, Devon, give us the answer then.
No, I'm gonna give you the answer if you would just shut the fuck up for a second. Unless,
That's fucking rich coming from you.
I will settle down and I will try to explain it, but no one will listen to the answer.
I think it.
Are you doing that? Oh, fuck, man, shut the fuck up. There's only one thing, and one thing only, that everybody here knows, 100% sure, and that's this one thing. No, listen, here we go again. And you're not gonna listen to it. It's
Using the interruptions as a point.
Okay, go fuck yourself then. No, you're not gonna hear it. Go fuck yourself.
Feminist. You're a fucking sad feminist.
Keeping up with the knowledge of the universe.
Justin was the fuck up for 5 seconds, and hear it. The one thing that we know for one absolute 100%
only two
Honest with you is that we exist.
share a native
Like
axial
Will, look at Will. Will, how can you Will know? No. Stuart knows. I'm going to shut the fuck up. I'm going to explain it. Will knows he exists because he does. He thinks. Therefore, he is. It doesn't matter.
That's philosophy. That has nothing to do with
It
something.
does not shut the fuck up. It does not fucking matter if he's in a fucking back tank. It does not matter.
Okay, I'm going to leave this hanging out, and come over here. Switch over to Jack Passmore. Don't know what that'll do to the hangout window, but let's see if I can have a hangout with my hangout. We're going to go to history. All right, then we'll go to subscriptions. Find this open gung ho. Oh, I can go as positive disintegration. Let's do that. Don't go as positive. Bad idea. All right, we'll go as me. Wait a minute. Let's go to Gung Ho's channel. Go to the grass is greener.
Back panel, you sort of work out an answer. And yeah, no, you can't prove that you are alive because it's all subjective. All we can do is assume we are. And then
No, he's fucking blocked.
you can't prove to be.
Oh, that'd be such a scary. I didn't block you. I had taken. We got Aristotle on here just live again. Hey Aristotle, tell us about the cave. Tell us about the cave.
Yeah, the allegory of the cave.
Was it Plato or Aristotle talking about the cave? Now you're gonna listen.
Ah, that was Plato.
Yeah.
Oh, it was Plato? I used to play with that shit when I was a kid.
But I can easily argue the whole sentence thing, Jay, with the theoretical model of the virtual universe, virtual reality
No, it's
universe.
not a theoretical model, dude.
It is.
Every